I love to go camping out in the wilderness. I had a friend of mine who really needed to get away from the city like I did, and he said that he knew a great spot. So one weekend we decided to go for a nice camping trip. The drive over there was really nice early in the morning, and when we got to the camping area, there's nobody else about. We decided to go a little ways further into the forest just to try and escape other people, and it works pretty successfully because we don't see anyone. Now, the first part of the trip went like a charm, and we come up to the second day. Everything's great, and we're settling in for the night, and I get into my tent and fall asleep. I wake up to the sunlight piercing through my tent. I clear my eyes, and bizarrely, I can see a streak of light hitting my eyes. I keep trying to adjust my vision, but it won't move, so I think maybe something's fell down and is pressing on my tent, and I feel cold air. I then realise there's a large slash through my tent. It looks like somebody's took a knife and put a big slash through it. I quickly unzip the tent and go to my buddy's tent, and it's much the same. I look round and much of our supplies have knife marks through them, and all of our supplies have been knocked over. We couldn't see anyone around, but it's safe to say it scared the life out of us. We quickly gathered up most of our things that we could salvage and quickly got out of there. We never went camping back in that area again. One of the weird experiences that I had working as a park ranger was coming across something that I'd like to explain to you now. I had a call of some unusual activity that I had to investigate in the area that I was working in. It was just reports of strange voices every so often and sightings of fires and whatnot, and of course that's a big no-go, especially for when you're working in an area that has lots of forest fires, so I head out to investigate. As I get over the grassy knoll, what I see really terrified me. I can see a group of people making animal sacrifices with large knives and other assortments. It was really horrifying just seeing how much blood was there. I hate to say it, but I let out a short scream before stopping myself and sprinting back to the truck. I floored it back to the station, screaming over the radio what happened, and we sent a team out to investigate. When we get there, there's only the remains of the poor animals that unfortunately didn't make it, and lots of blood. The police eventually come out and dusted the site, but couldn't find much evidence of who done it. I still don't know to this day, and that haunts me. Now, this experience happened when my wife and I stayed in Banff National Park for the week back in September last year. We've always paid a visit in this beautiful landscape whenever we visit folks in Calgary, Alberta. Although, we didn't think we'd have a paranormal experience this time, however. We tried to do excursions that we wouldn't have done before and make everything a visit, and really a mixture of touristy things and non-touristy things. Near the end of the trip, we were scheduled to visit Cave and Basin, which was a several-minute bus ride from Banff town. We decided to go upon opening so that we can avoid the crowds and have lots of things to do throughout the day. Now, a bit of information for those of you who haven't been to Cave and Basin, or Banff, to that matter. Now, it's kind of like a museum where they show how Banff was rediscovered by Canadian railway workers back in 1883. Rediscovered because this national park was, and still is, a sacred land for Indigenous people. It's been like this for centuries until being rediscovered. We come into the entrance of the tunnel to the cave where these railway workers are said to have dug through and discovered a sulphur well. This sacred cave was used by Indigenous people as a place for healing. Going through the tunnel is dark, and its only light source is above the well itself, where the sunlight peeks through. It was quiet and eerie walking through the dark tunnel. I can hear whispers even if we're the only ones going in. Then something told my wife and I not to look into the water. She said that after that, she felt like something was drawing her to look down. We didn't stay there for too long, and it started to feel really claustrophobic, and the smell of sulfur is unbearable. My wife told me that she wanted to come out of it quick. I told her that I did not see anything and just wanted to look in the world myself. Little did I know at the time that this creepy experience wouldn't end here. Next, we continued the tour and made our way to the top of the building where a bridge connects to the museum to the forest of Sulphur Mountain. As we crossed over, we see a small cabin that served as a lodging for the railway workers back then. We were right above the cave and were just about half an hour or so in previously. The cabin was surrounded by a large forest, ascending up the mountain, and right when my wife was reading information about the cabin, I felt a dreadful feeling, a feeling that I'm familiar with when there's a sort of spirit or entity in the mist. It felt like there's a number of people watching over us, even if it's just the two of us. As I look from left to right, my eyes are drawn down to the tall trees at the far back, and there I saw a dark entity so massive and tall that it stood as tall as the tree and was just beside it. Though I cannot see its face, I knew it was staring at us, as if guarding the area. To be honest, it didn't really feel like a ghost, but instead a spirit or entity that never felt so old. Maybe as old as the forest itself. I felt that we weren't welcome here anymore. I then mentioned to my wife that we should really get going now, and it wasn't long after we left that my wife tells me what she saw, and she saw the same thing. Seeing an entity was really scary, especially knowing how sacred the place is for indigenous people. Now this didn't happen to me, but in the area that I live in. Now my friends and I were discussing scary things that we've seen in the woods, and my friend told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy was with 5 of his friends and was spending a few days in a cabin hunting and trapping. They were not drunk and had a few beers to unwind for one night, and one of them goes to the outhouse to use a bathroom, and he swears off in the woods he hears a faint sound of a drum beating. So he finishes in the outhouse and goes into the cabin and tells his friends to come out and check out the sound. So they all decided that it's best to grab their rifles and walk out to the ridge where their cabin is on, and go down the hollow behind it back up the other side. It was a pretty rocky area, so the sound travelled well, and they could tell that just over the hill is where the sound is. So 5 of them spread out and walk about 50 feet apart and get to the top. They couldn't see down or over because of all the laurel bushes around them, so the 5 of them wait, and one of them sneaks down through to see what it is. And when he got there, he stood and watched for about 30 seconds to a minute before he turned around and went back to his friends as quick as possible, telling them he saw evil and that they had to get the hell out of there. All he tells them is that he saw a bunch of men and women naked dancing around in a circle chanting in a foreign language. He never told them about everything he saw. I live with my husband and 2 teens in a cul-de-sac that borders woods. We all love spending time in our yard and enjoying the nature there. On 2 occasions now, my kids have told me about some eerie experiences that they've had. My kids recently got a trampoline and love to be on it even at night. Recently though, they heard whistling and conversations from the woods around 10 PM. Now I can assure you that nobody goes down there, except in the hunting season. This really freaked them out and they came in and told me immediately. I should mention that we have a cat that escapes sometimes and we end up in the yard looking and calling for her name. Another time, my son was out around dusk looking for the cat near the border of the woods. He was alone and his sister is inside. He said he heard his sister calling his name from the woods and giggling. This was very unsettling to say the least, and I now want to install cameras on the yard. I'm really not sure what's going on here. I used to do wilderness forestry in Linville, Georgia area of Northern Carolina. A jack-o'-lantern is a disembodied light that floats in the air. They are commonly reported in the southern Appalachians, but reports are usually disgraded because it's easy to imagine that the person seeing them was seeing something more mundane. I've seen a few things that I suspect were jack-o'-lanterns, but there was one that was plain and clearly just a floating light out in the open on the east side of the Short-Off Mountain, where there are no trails in place that can easily be accessed by somebody without amazing mountaineering skills. Furthermore, it was floating above brush way too thick for anything to actually move through it. I should point out that this is a confirmed similar thing nearby, which is actually known as the Brown Mountain Lights, that has puzzled people for centuries. On hot summer nights, you can sit at Wiseman's View or a pull-off on a highway east of the George and see jack-o'-lanterns dancing along the mountains for yourself. It was early spring 2016. I'd recently turned 24. My friend and I just reached our main spot to camp, Black Canyon Rim Campground just outside of Payson, Arizona. We usually travel out here 2 or 3 times each year. It had some incredible views and it was only a couple of hours away from the city. For the most part, the area is pretty secluded. A privately owned convenience store rested a few miles away, with a small town 20 minutes before that. The entrance was on a dirt road directly off the highway, with a campground at the start of the road, marking local wildlife, any fire hazards, and general news related to camping folk. The path is mostly linear, and maybe has 1 or so forks spanning several miles. We once travelled down the dirt road to see how far back we could go. One of the paths would take you to another highway entrance with a ranger's tower halfway there. The other path led to a dead end. An abandoned cabin can also be found on this path. A few miles in, mostly hidden off in the distance behind some large foliage. Now, the snow had mostly cleared up at this point, leaving a crisp air, a slight chill, and fauna becoming active again. We usually spot some wild horses, several deers, and tons of little critters whenever we'd come out this way. It was really the perfect time of year for a relaxing trip to get away from the city for a few days. We got in around 4 PM on a Tuesday, which is late for us, as we'd usually try to make it out there by noon at last. Now, the trip was pretty spontaneous. We both had to work during the coming week and decided just to go for it. The sun was setting quick and we hadn't picked out a camping spot. There were maybe 2 other groups, both families, parked somewhat close to the entrance and only 100 yards from the highway. This time around, we just want to get away from people. You know, customer service jobs will do that to you. We drove down the dirt road past our usual spot and finally find somewhere. Perfect. A small clearing just hanging off the edge of a hill. The whole valley could be seen from this area with a sunset behind it. This was our main spot where we'd go on from. Now that would be if the next night's incident didn't happen, which is, we agreed to get a campfire going and would just avoid building a tent this trip. We didn't have much time to do so anyway, and her car wasn't that uncomfortable. I'd sleep in the back seat and she'd take the passenger seat, with the windows slightly ajar. We have a few blankets for each of us and would fall asleep. The next day was fairly uneventful, and I guess we're just kind of decompressing a lot more than anything. Now, I had this strange feeling throughout the day though, like we're being watched. There were leaves crunching just outside of sight every few hours, but I figured it was just the local wildlife doing their thing. My friend didn't really notice anything unusual though, so I don't dwell on it. Night come and the feeling hasn't gone away. My friend must have felt something she didn't vocalize, so she took some of her sleeping pills. She didn't usually need to take them on our camping trips. The nature's ambience was enough to put anyone asleep, or so I thought. It's nearing 1 a.m. My friend dozed off in the passenger seat while I attempt to wind down in the back. I leaned against the side window behind the passenger seat, legs outstretched to the car's back door. The window opposite of me was rolled slightly down, with a cold breeze flowing in. I had been on my phone scrolling through Facebook or whatever when I heard something outside. A couple of leaves fallen, and some scratchy sounds. I whispered to my friend, "Did you hear that?" But she's already asleep. I put my phone down and listened intently for a minute or two. Nothing. Must have been a small animal, curious of the camp. I went back to my phone scrolling through social media. About 10 minutes have now passed when I heard it again, crunch, right outside the door. I lowered the phone. My eyes took a minute to adjust from the light of the phone into the deep dark of the woods. As I turned the phone away from me, the backlight illuminated the window above my feet, and to this day I can't get the image out of my head. Two dirty, scabbed hands held onto the window, the fingers wrapped inside the car. The nails were long and unkempt and dark. Behind the window, a silhouette of a face was pressed up against it. The breath would create condensation every few seconds, and all I could make out were the reflections of those empty black eyes. I really couldn't move now. I couldn't scream. It felt like an eternity, the staring contest between me and this thing. Thoughts were repeating instantly in my head. Why haven't we run away? Why didn't I run when I first saw this? Are they planning my death? Is this a face of death? After probably 10 seconds of not doing anything, the hand slowly unclenched off the window and receded into darkness. The condensation on the window disappeared. Another couple of seconds passed before I heard the dreaded crunch, 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 and crunch melodically fading into the distance. I sat there, just still, thinking, what happened? Why didn't I do anything? Why am I still not doing anything? With that, my body shot into adrenaline. I pounded on my friend's seat, waking her up from the slumber into a dizzy confusion. I unlatched and kicked the door open. I took a moment to scan the area. Whoever they were, whatever it was gone. I scramble into the back and quickly grab any important supplies we have, and I quickly dart around, looking constantly for any signs of anything, listening for footsteps. I slammed the back door shut, and there they were, a grim reminder of the horror that just happened. I can see 2 handprints imprinted on the window. I quickly wiped them off in panic, and a reaction to erase the event, I guess. I jumped into the front seat, started the car, and floored it out of there. My friend finally coming to, asking me, "What am I doing?" And I say, "We have to go. Somebody's out there." I didn't see whoever or whatever was out there, and I was fleeing the scene, speeding down the dirt road. My friend insists I slow down, so eventually I do. We reach the highway and proceed to drive about 20 or so miles before reaching a Denny's where my friend says, "Can we stop?" and we eat. The nightmare subsided after a few months later. My embarrassment continues to this day for the state of shock that I was in. Everybody says that you have a fight or flight instinct, and I'm confused of which I actually had, because I just sat there and did nothing. I frequently tend to ask myself who was out there. Was it another camper messing with us, a resident, or somebody who lived near the abandoned cabin down the dirt road, or maybe some residual haunting and something paranormal in the forest? I don't know. We'd still go camping there in years ahead, but never far from the highway. Whatever it is, I really hope I've seen the last of it. One of the weird experiences of my life was working as a park ranger. Now, it's a job that I really enjoy and actually still do to this day, but there's one experience that's really stuck with me that I'd like to share. I was at my station when I got a call out of an apparent old lady that seemed lost and confused out in the woods. Apparently she'd been wandering around and actually had been sighted for a couple of days, dressed in basically dated clothing that appeared mostly dark. People weren't initially too concerned because she seemed to know where she was going, but apparently one particular hiker thought it was strange and they didn't explain why, so I happily obliged. I knew that if an elderly person was lost out here, and especially if dehydration set in, they were going to have a really hard time being safe on their own. And dehydration can kill you very quickly, or you could easily fall and hurt yourself and not be able to get help for it. So I head out. I have my radio and all my equipment, and I say goodbye to my friend and quickly grab my coffee on the way out of the door. I walk over to the truck and take this short drive for about a mile to get to the search area. I initially call out using the speaker saying if there's anyone there, please let yourself be known. There's no replies, which is kind of to be expected at the start of a search, so I head off. Now it wasn't too far from nightfall, so I was aware of this, and I made sure I knew exactly where the truck is because it can be pretty hard to see out in the forest. So I head off in one direction. I cover the first area and I don't really find much of anything, except for a really big spider that was actually dangerously close to me. I don't think this one was venomous, but it kind of caught my attention. Just as I notice the spider, I see some movement up ahead of me. I look up and there's a dark figure kind of gliding through the trees. I realize this is it. I say bingo and call out, hey, I can help you, I'm the park ranger, come here. The old lady seems to completely avoid me and ignore me, heading off into a deeper part of the forest. I think maybe she's fell and hit her head and she's kind of losing it. Especially because from the description I assume that she's probably just gone out here with her family and got lost, and maybe they've not reported it just yet trying to find her. So I quickly hurry after her. Using the adrenaline from the excitement of the moment, I managed to catch up to roughly where she should have been, and I realised that she's nowhere to be found, which I think is especially odd, because at her age, she shouldn't have been able to get away that quick. I think this is bizarre, and I start searching the area again. I turn on my flashlight so at least she can see me, and I call out and say, hey, help's here, and I've got water for you too. And I hold up my bottle and flash it about, making the watery splashy sound that they do. Again, I don't hear anything and think this is especially odd. I realise this is probably going to be a long night, and I quickly go to talk on my radio. Strangely, the battery was dead, but luckily I have a spare one. I radio in what's happening and they laugh and say, go get her, champ. We're going to send out some more rangers if you can't find her soon. I say roger that over and I head out. While being cautious of how far I've got from my truck, I decide that I should only go so far before returning to it and getting the extra help in, because if I lose the truck then I've got to find my way back, and I'm responsible for that. And I'm responsible for this person. I decide to jog up to the vantage point. I assume that naturally she's probably going to head up the hill, because why wouldn't you if you were lost? On top of a certain hill, you could see easily for miles basically, and I assume that this is where she's gone to. So I start my trek up there. I scan my torch from the left and to the right, and the only thing that I'm met with is the shadows from the trees. It's starting to get quite dark now, but luckily there's just enough moonlight for me to be able to see what I'm doing. I make it to the top of the hill and call out again. I'm genuinely worried now because this lady's probably going to be out here on her own, and I doubt that she's going to survive the night. I radio in that I need the help, and they say that's fine, and they're going to send out some other people. They tell me to keep my search up and not to return to the truck, because they're going to meet me later on and give me some coordinates. Roger that, and I head out again. I take a moment to scan the horizon, and I have a feeling that she's not too far away from me now. I have the feeling like an entity is quite close to me. You know, like when a person's near and you can just sense it? Call it your sixth sense or whatever, but I definitely have that. I turn around and, for a moment I think it's another ranger because of the style of hat, but I realise it's a dark figure. It seems to be stuck there, and I'm not so sure whether this is an old lady now. I call out, hey, we've been looking for you, and it takes off running. Now what's odd about the way it runs is it kind of glides off down the hill. Strangely, there's not much rustling to indicate the direction that this person's ran in. I quickly follow suit, now thinking maybe somebody's on drugs and they might be a danger to other hikers and campers out here. One big problem you actually have when you're a park ranger is a lot of people take drugs and they kind of lose their mind out in the forest, and especially when they get hungry and if their supplies are low, they might become quite aggressive trying to get other food and supplies off other campers that they run into. So I wasn't really looking forward to that being a possible outcome, and decided to try and mitigate the risk as soon as possible, and I quickly head out after it. Now I do not seem to be able to catch up with this person no matter how hard I try, and I'm pretty fit. This isn't only because of my training for this job, but I'm somebody who always liked to do marathons and whatnot. So they definitely shouldn't be able to get away from me, unless there's someone who does ultras or something, but nobody should be able to move this fast on this environment and terrain. During the pursuit, I can just about make out where they've headed to, and they seem to pause for a moment. They just make it to the top of another small hill. I look down at the ground because I have to be very careful not to fall down here and power up the hill. I get there within 4 or 5 seconds, which is very quick, and they're gone, nowhere to be found. I pause for a moment to catch my breath, and I can hear giggling coming from behind where I was before. Now this is pretty scary, even by my standards. It sounds almost like a child giggling. I hesitantly turn and shine my torch in that general direction, and there's nothing. I now realise that I kind of don't want to be seen, and I turn off the light. I realise now I'm gonna have to really let my night vision set in to be able to find this person. I now realise it's not an old lady that we can't track, but it's somebody clearly on drugs or maybe a group of people. I think this is quite odd, and I can hear the laughing moving in almost a U shape onto the other side of the hill, and then it stops. And this time I can actually hear the trees rustling, and I decide to chase after it once again. Not entirely sure what I'm chasing now. I don't call out so much, thinking maybe they're on drugs and me calling out isn't such a good thing. Maybe they're trying not to be found. I radio in what's happening, and they say the other rangers aren't going to be too far from me now, and to keep on. Now I come up to a clearing, and I seemingly can't find anything. Now I know not too far away is an old ranger station that we used to use. We can't use it now because literally all of the stairs have collapsed, and we're going to decommission it entirely and take it down soon, but that was another job for a later date. For now, I know that's the only place that this thing could have gone to, so I start heading in that direction. I think, God, what if they've used this as some kind of drugs den or something, or maybe they've got an operation up there that they don't want us to know about. It seems logical as the place that they should go to, especially because they seem to have quite a good idea of the forest and its layout, somewhat rivaling my own. They move through tactically like they're the military, but this isn't the military. So I continue on. I decide to adopt a walking pace now and not use my flashlight because I have my night eyes, and where I'm standing is actually pretty well illuminated by the moonlight, and I take some steps forward and just continue on. I radio in that I think they've gone to our old tower, and they say roger that. We're gonna keep our search on foot, you head over there. I say roger that over and head off to the tower. I continue pressing forward, now picking up the pace a bit, and I can just see the top of the tower coming over the horizon. It looks really cool actually, kind of like something in a film. It just suddenly appears up ahead of me, and I can't wait to get up to that. I haven't seen this thing for a couple of years, and I think it's quite awesome to look at, but more importantly, I think I'm about to apprehend these and call in the boys and get this sorted, so I head up towards the tower. Now when I get towards the base of the tower, there's a strange kind of mist on the floor that I've not actually seen before, which I think is really odd. I presume that this is probably from some kind of chemicals that they're using for the drugs operation, so I turn my torch on and start searching around, only turning it on for a few seconds periodically as to not give away my specific position. I do this a few times and everything seems as it should be. I then hear the giggling once again. Now I take a few steps back very quietly and carefully, trying to figure out where the sound is coming from. And I can't believe what I'm hearing. It's coming from above me, the tower. But that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. There's no stairs leading up to it. They collapsed years ago. And we have anti-climb paints and some wires around the pole, so they've definitely not climbed. I realise now that I should probably start heading back a little bit just for my own protection. I go to radio in, but my hand kind of freezes up and I realise suddenly I shouldn't talk too much. I should maybe just observe. I make my way back and I look up towards the tower. I stupidly shine my torch up there, and the moment I do, I'm met back with some eyes staring at me. These aren't normal eyes, these are blacky red eyes glowing, staring straight back at me. The face is completely pale, and I can just about make out a blood-filled mouth smiling back at me. This figure doesn't look human at all. It looks half human and half like a creature. I only saw this for a few seconds because I dropped my torch and fight or flight kicked in, and I definitely chose flight. The next thing I knew, I was sprinting back over the hill, almost tripping over myself. I managed to quickly grab on the radio and report that somebody's up in the old tower and I don't know how they've got up there. They say that's impossible. There's no stairs, there's nobody up there. I say I know, but I just saw someone up there, and they say they're going to investigate. They give me some coordinates to meet up in, and leaving me with a couple more minutes to walk and a few moments to myself waiting to be picked up. I sit down and every so often I hear movement around the trees, very close to me. I start to feel a little bit faint and quickly pick up a large stick near me, and I see lights coming towards me. Then it hits me, this is the Rangers, and I quickly drop the stick, not wanting to look stupid when they pick me up. I explain what happened and the other two Rangers look pretty concerned and scared too. We start driving forward and round the bend towards the tower. We get very close to it and my friend puts on the high beams and we all get out. We call out on the speaker, "Whoever's in there, you need to get out now. The cops are on their way." This was actually a lie. We didn't have anything to report into the police yet, but my god, we could if we needed to, and we were sure we're about to. We shine our torches around and we can't find anything. None of us actually get too close to the tower because it's pretty dangerous, and we decide just to observe it from a distance. Now this means that my friends that are on the night shift are actually going to have to stay here for the whole night and observe to see if anything comes out of it or not. We couldn't call in the police because we didn't have a positive ID and my shift was due to be up in a couple of hours. I actually opted to stay instead though with my friends just because I didn't feel safe out there on my own and I didn't want to leave my two friends out there to deal with this. My friend nicely offers me some coffee and we explain how weird this is, and I explain the giggling, and when I do my friend's face goes white. He says he's heard the exact same thing out there before, but he thought maybe it was just his mind really playing tricks on him. Now the rest of the night went relatively peaceful and eventually it's dawn and the sun comes up. We stay here for a little longer and decide finally that it's clear, and we decide that we're gonna head off soon. My friend then puts the truck into reverse, and the moment we're turned around, we hear a very loud crashing sound. We all quickly glance back and know exactly what it is. The tower's floor has collapsed. Thinking somebody's fell and is seriously in trouble and hurt, we quickly put the car into drive and spin it round. We get there in absolute lightning speed and quickly come to the scene. Now, what I find next is truly bone-chilling. There's nothing there. There's no people, no bodies, no remains, nothing. No blood. Literally just some flooring that's fell in. That means there couldn't have possibly been anybody in there, but I saw somebody in there. And I know that. I started explaining to my friends that that can't be possible. My other rangers there with me, but they say there's no need to worry about it. They both seem as scared and freaked out as I was, and they both believe me 100%. We decide to call it in and say that we've cleared the area and we can't find anything, and start driving back. All of us are in complete silence on the drive back to the ranger station, and we all have to go and make a report about what happened. I decide not to describe and say exactly what I saw in that tower because I know nobody in the station would have believed me who wasn't there, and I didn't want to lose my job. And to this day it still haunts me. Even writing out my story to you now, my hands are beginning to sweat a little bit. It's the most scary face that I've ever seen, and I still have nightmares about it. It definitely wasn't a person. It was some kind of entity, but it was the most menacing, demonic looking thing that I've ever seen in my life. And I hate that. I hate the fact that I can never erase this from my memory. I never experienced anything like it for the rest of my shift while working in that area, and at any of the other places I've also been a ranger. I just can't put the pieces of the puzzle together. It still doesn't make sense to me to this day. Now, I'm from Rhode Island, and my friend and I have always been interested in paranormal hotspots around the state. In a town called Cumberland, there is a haunted road called Tower Hill Road. There's a lot of paranormal stories and history to the area. According to the people who live around, they see a ghost of a child walking a dog. There were also stories about Native Americans who were killed during the French-Indian War, so one day, we decided to drive over there and look around. There have been a few places that I've been out to where I could literally feel the heaviness. I felt very anxious for some reason, and there were times where I felt I could see shadows in the distance. When we passed this specific tree, my friend started screaming and said she saw something. I start laughing, but my whole body really feels heavy now, like I'm stuck in lead or something. And I have my fight or flight instincts kicking in. For the rest of the drive, I have this weird feeling like we're being watched. It's something I've never felt before so powerfully. The road is about a mile long, but it feels like it's much further. If anyone here is from Rhode Island or New England, let me know if you've had any paranormal experiences here, because I think there's something wrong about this road. Alright, this all happened about a year ago or two when I was asked to watch a neighbour's dog for a while before they went on vacation. For context, I live in a super heavily forested rural community. Neighbours ask that I can stay at their home while watching their dog, and I happily oblige. Now I'm taking Si on his usual routes among some local hiking trails that connect to the neighbourhood that are often tracked during the summer, but this was late fall, so they were deserted in anticipation of snow. Of course, it's sunset and I'm trying to get Si to come pee so we can go back inside. I let him off the leash and I let him do his thing, but he has other plans. Si takes off into the woods and I wait for him to come back for about 5 minutes before following him. I'm calling his name and following his trail when I come up behind him, and about 100 yards off the trail, he's chewing on a stick and my patience for the night is gone, so I walk over to the clip and get his lead attached and take him home. Turns out though, it wasn't a stick, it was a bone. A large bone that was likely the leg of some animal. I freeze because I know there's been bears here, and there's also been coyotes. I take a closer look and I see a paw still attached to the bone and lose it. I grab Sai and book it back into the house. The next morning I go out with Sai again, still freaked out but determined to figure out whose dog had been snatched by apparently something. Now, I think it was a deer leg, and half the body was right around the corner, and it clearly didn't really die of natural causes. So I have no idea what actually could maul it like this, and it's pretty creepy to me. This experience happened to me quite a number of years ago while driving home from work. I worked as a forest service worker. Not a park ranger, but basically the same kind of job. Although the difference is that with mine, I'd kind of signpost people to go to different locations at the park. Now the job wasn't really that difficult in honesty. Usually you just help out friendly tourists who come from North America and just show them around. So I was pretty relaxed usually. In the parks that we covered, the only real danger was the weather. Especially if you come from somewhere that doesn't necessarily have bad weather, it can be a really big shock to your system to have such bad weather storms as we do here. Before I get to the main body, I'd like to give you some of the background to what happened that day. So I only had to work for a couple of hours, which I was really happy about. It turned out that I'd accidentally done the prior day's task in advance for now, so I was happy not having to do so much. I basically just went near the body of water that we have. It was quite frozen over now, but still looked really nice, and I'd just sit up on the rock and stare out. I don't really know why I'd do this. I just found that from staring up on my big rock, I really found some kind of zen state that I couldn't find from other methods. So it was definitely my happy place. I remembered that while being here, everything felt pretty good. Nothing was wrong. I was aware of how cold it was, but to be honest, I couldn't feel it at all because of the coat that I was wearing, so that was another pretty positive thing of the whole experience. So yeah, things were going pretty well for me. I wasn't that long away from having a career change though. My plan was to really enjoy my last few days before the change actually come, so that's what I was trying my best to do. I made some great friends here as well, so everything was lovely, truthfully. So I decided that it's time to head back now. Again, I'm feeling really happy, nothing's wrong. The sun was actually shining quite bright in the sky at this point, so it made everything feel especially warm and lovely. And that was definitely welcome. It was actually causing some of the snow to melt, which is a good thing, because I had quite a long way to drive back home. Around then I hadn't moved out with my partner, so I was just living with my parents. The only problem is, my parents live quite a long way from where my work actually was, but it didn't matter too much. With all this in mind, I decided that I should get some nice snacks and a hot drink for the drive. It's going to be a really comforting thing, especially because it's going to get colder the more dark it is when I drive out. So I get up onto the little bridge where there was actually a stream still flowing. It wasn't cold enough for this to freeze up, and obviously you have the water moving, so it's a lot more difficult. When I'm doing this, I have a feeling in my gut that something's just not right. At first, I presume that there's other people here and maybe they're potentially dangerous, so I don't stay up on the bridge for too long. I just take a nice look at my surroundings and decide that, yeah, it's time that I get a move on now. Who knows what's out here? Maybe it's a big animal or something. I've had a few encounters with larger animals before where that I actually feel pretty bad and then I see one, so I was worried. In my part of Europe too, you're not actually allowed to have any real weapons, so you kind of on your own if there's an attack and you don't want to be on the other end of one. So putting this aside, I go into my car, start up the engine and really look forward to my drive. I really like driving, especially at night. Again, this might be foreign to people living in the built-up cities, but honestly, we have lots of land and nice long roads that you can drive in, so you never really feel like you're out of place when you're doing so. So it's truthfully something that I'll never take for granted, and even now I still don't. So I get my hot chocolate ready and a few of the snacks that I have and start drinking. It actually got so cold so quick, it was honestly ridiculous, but I still enjoyed it. So I'm driving on the first part of the journey and say goodbye to everyone as I pull out. That's good. There's no other cars other than our own ones, so it should be pretty plain sailing from here, I think. It makes me start to think that maybe it was some kind of animal that I heard that made me fall off, and like something was wrong. But I don't know, I can't be certain as I didn't see anything. My mind is on the future, and a part of me is kind of sad that I know that I'm not going to be doing this job for too much longer. So eventually, I pull onto the main road and it's basically more forest from here. There was something really beautiful about our nature. Again, I don't know, it's just very much like out of a film. The trees are wonderful, the snow makes everything look beautiful, and the snow caps a lot of the mountains and the large hills around, so that looks especially cool. Sometimes I actually have to be careful driving that I don't go into things because I'm not concentrating. Now, as I'm driving up ahead, the police actually stopped me for a while. I asked them what they're doing and why they had to stop me, but they never really explained, saying, well, we can't reveal much to you. We're just doing a general search. I say, okay, cool. And they search all around my car. I remember thinking, like, I just wish they'd hurry up because it's getting really cold now, and I don't want to let out all of the hot air. I decide just to stand on the road for a bit, and I can see that there's no other cars coming the way that I'm going. I try and have a look around to figure out why I'm not allowed up there. I ask again, but furthermore, they don't let me up there, so I think, well, okay, whatever. I was actually a little bit annoyed at this, but I decide just to put my anger to the side for a while, and just appreciate more of the moment being outside. They keep asking for documents, which obviously I'm not going to have on me at that time. It's kind of to a ridiculous extent. I mean, God, they wanted everything off of me. I gave them my license, even my passport which I had on me, but apparently they wanted even more. The weirdest request was a birth certificate, and I told him, look mate, I don't have a birth certificate. Of course I'm not going to have that on me. Why would you ask for that? And he keeps on prodding and prodding. He then says that he has to take my name as suspicious for failing to provide adequate documentation, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I tell him I can literally drive him to my house to avoid all of this. Oh God, what if my parents find out? They're not going to believe me. I keep thinking. All of this rushes through my head as he says, well, sorry, I've got to do what I've got to do. I then have to wait in my car for what feels like an eternity. It starts warming up again though, which is a good thing, but I was really annoyed. I also basically felt like some kind of caged animal just sitting there waiting, like I'd done something really terribly wrong, but of course I'd done literally nothing. It was just the circumstances of which had presented themselves to me, which I really didn't want to. I just wanted to get home and relax. So this story happened to me 7 or 8 years ago. I live out in a rural part of Maryland, where there's nothing but farms and woods around my neighborhood. I was home alone, about 12 or 13 years old, riding my scooter outside around my driveway. Across the street from my house is a cornfield with a tree line behind it, which is about 200 yards long and 40 feet wide, leading up to another cornfield behind it. My family is actually friends with the farmer who owned the property, and he had 2 kids around the same age as my sister and myself that we played with. Anyway, like I said, I was riding my scooter up and down our driveway when something urges me to look into the tree line. I stopped and heard a lot of branches breaking and saw a humanoid thing, completely white from head to toe, sprinting through the woods and dodging trees and ducking its head and body around. It ran really fast and paused in a clearing and stood up to look at me for a moment. My heart dropped, and it continued sprinting through the woods, while I sprint up the driveway and lock myself in the house with my BB gun and dog. I was shaking in my room and waiting for my mum to get home to tell her what happened. I was too far away to see what his face looked like or to make out any detail in general. All I could tell is that it was really tall, fast, and solid white from head to toe. My mum didn't know what to think of it, and my dad was kind of shocked to hear it because he thought it was some kind of druggie or something. I told them it was not human at all and didn't run like one. To this day I remember it like it was yesterday, and now I always carry something to defend myself while I'm outside and it's dark. Hello everyone, this has been on my mind since it happened. Now I'm 20, and me and my buddies enjoy taking long night walks on trails within various conservation areas in my region of southwestern Ontario. Now late at night last week, we decided to check out an area called Pleasant Valley. To my knowledge, this area has a deep-rooted history with Underground Railroad, Indigenous people, as well as the War of 1812. I believe some of which is due to its proximity to Lake Erie. We entered the woods at about 2 a.m, and immediately upon entering, I was overcome and had a bad feeling after walking some time. The feeling progressively worsens until we reached two bent trees in the path. Now, my buddy pointed out the fact that it's not good to go underneath and we should just call it a night as we all feel like we're being watched. As soon as we turn around and start to head back, the entire forest dramatically changed and becomes eerily loud. Now, it's suddenly quiet afterwards. Distinctly we start hearing human whistles behind us, almost like when you call a dog. There's no way anybody could have been out here at that hour, and there are no homes in close enough proximity for that to be the case. We all run and were honestly terrified, and my friends and relatives are big guys, but we all feel extremely uncomfortable in this situation. Hello everyone, this has been on my mind since it happened. Now I'm 20, and me and my buddies enjoy taking long night walks on trails within various conservation areas in my region of southwestern Ontario. Now late at night last week, we decided to check out an area called Pleasant Valley. To my knowledge, this area has a deep-rooted history with Underground Railroad, Indigenous people, as well as the War of 1812. I believe some of which is due to its proximity to Lake Erie. We entered the woods at about 2 a.m, and immediately upon entering, I was overcome and had a bad feeling after walking some time. The feeling progressively worsens until we reached two bent trees in the path. Now, my buddy pointed out the fact that it's not good to go underneath and we should just call it a night as we all feel like we're being watched. As soon as we turn around and start to head back, the entire forest dramatically changed and becomes eerily loud. Now, it's suddenly quiet afterwards. Distinctly we start hearing human whistles behind us, almost like when you call a dog. There's no way anybody could have been out here at that hour, and there are no homes in close enough proximity for that to be the case. We all run and were honestly terrified, and my friends and relatives are big guys, but we all feel extremely uncomfortable in this situation. Now my 11-year-old grandson, who is not known to lie, was at the bus stop waiting to go to school last week. I was on the phone with him and I heard him gasp and I asked him what's wrong. I assumed a stray or somebody's dog because people don't always keep their dogs on check here, unfortunately. He said he saw a tall dark figure running in the woods. Then his bus came and he said that he had to go. I questioned him, and when he got to go home, he said that he saw something which is abnormally tall, taller than anyone he's ever seen before, very thin, wearing all black. He said it had no face and everything around it was darker. I asked him was he scared of this, and he said it didn't scare him but more shocked him, as he's never seen anything like it. I let it go at that and didn't bring up anything else in case of scaring him. But I don't know what it could have been. We actually live in the country, so I'm a little nervous myself. This experience happened to me quite a number of years ago while driving home from work. I worked as a forest service worker. Not a park ranger, but basically the same kind of job. Although the difference is that with mine, I'd kind of signpost people to go to different locations at the park. Now the job wasn't really that difficult in honesty. Usually you just help out friendly tourists who come from North America and just show them around. So I was pretty relaxed usually. In the parks that we covered, the only real danger was the weather. Especially if you come from somewhere that doesn't necessarily have bad weather, it can be a really big shock to your system to have such bad weather storms as we do here. Before I get to the main body, I'd like to give you some of the background to what happened that day. So I only had to work for a couple of hours, which I was really happy about. It turned out that I'd accidentally done the prior day's tasks in advance for now, so I was happy not having to do so much. I basically just went near the body of water that we have. It was quite frozen over now, but still looked really nice, and I'd just sit up on the rock and stare out. I don't really know why I'd do this. I just found that from staring up on my big rock, I really found some kind of zen state that I couldn't find from other methods. So it was definitely my happy place. I remembered that while being here, everything felt pretty good. Nothing was wrong. I was aware of how cold it was, but to be honest, I couldn't feel it at all because of the coat that I was wearing, so that was another pretty positive thing of the whole experience. So yeah, things were going pretty well for me. I wasn't that long away from having a career change though. My plan was to really enjoy my last few days before the change actually come, so that's what I was trying my best to do. I made some great friends here as well, so everything was lovely, truthfully. So I decided that it's time to head back now. Again, I'm feeling really happy, nothing's wrong. The sun was actually shining quite bright in the sky at this point, so it made everything feel especially warm and lovely. And that was definitely welcome. It was actually causing some of the snow to melt, which is a good thing, because I had quite a long way to drive back home. Around then I hadn't moved out with my partner, so I was just living with my parents. The only problem is my parents live quite a long way from where my work actually was, but it didn't matter too much. With all this in mind, I decided that I should get some nice snacks and a hot drink for the drive. It's going to be a really comforting thing, especially because it's going to get colder the more dark it is when I drive out. So I get up onto the little bridge where there was actually a stream still flowing. It wasn't cold enough for this to freeze up, and obviously you have the water moving, so it's a lot more difficult. When I'm doing this, I have a feeling in my gut that something's just not right. At first, I presume that there's other people here and maybe they're potentially dangerous, so I don't stay up on the bridge for too long. I just take a nice look at my surroundings and decide that, yeah, it's time that I get a move on now. Who knows what's out here? Maybe it's a big animal or something. I've had a few encounters with larger animals before where that I actually feel pretty bad and then I see one, so I was worried. In my part of Europe too, you're not actually allowed to have any real weapons, so you kind of on your own if there's an attack and you don't want to be on the other end of one. So putting this aside, I go into my car, start up the engine and really look forward to my drive. I really like driving, especially at night. Again, this might be foreign to people living in the built-up cities, but honestly, we have lots of land and nice long roads that you can drive in, so you never really feel like you're out of place when you're doing so. So it's truthfully something that I'll never take for granted, and even now I still don't. So I get my hot chocolate ready and a few of the snacks that I have and start drinking. It actually got so cold so quick, it was honestly ridiculous, but I still enjoyed it. So I'm driving on the first part of the journey and say goodbye to everyone as I pull out. That's good. There's no other cars other than our own ones, so it should be pretty plain sailing from here, I think. It makes me start to think that maybe it was some kind of animal that I heard that made me fall off, and like something was wrong. But I don't know, I can't be certain as I didn't see anything. My mind is on the future, and a part of me is kind of sad that I know that I'm not going to be doing this job for too much longer. So eventually, I pull onto the main road and it's basically more forest from here. There was something really beautiful about our nature. Again, I don't know, it's just very much like out of a film. The trees are wonderful, the snow makes everything look beautiful, and the snow caps a lot of the mountains and the large hills around, so that looks especially cool. Sometimes I actually have to be careful driving that I don't go into things because I'm not concentrating. Now, as I'm driving up ahead, the police actually stopped me for a while. I asked them what they're doing and why they had to stop me, but they never really explained, saying, well, we can't reveal much to you. We're just doing a general search. I say, okay, cool. And they search all around my car. I remember thinking, like, I just wish they'd hurry up because it's getting really cold now, and I don't want to let out all of the hot air. I decide just to stand on the road for a bit, and I can see that there's no other cars coming the way that I'm going. I try and have a look around to figure out why I'm not allowed up there. I ask again, but furthermore, they don't let me up there, so I think, well, okay, whatever. I was actually a little bit annoyed at this, but I decide just to put my anger to the side for a while, and just appreciate more of the moment being outside. They keep asking for documents, which obviously I'm not going to have on me at that time. It's kind of to a ridiculous extent. I mean, God, they wanted everything off of me. I gave them my license, even my passport which I had on me, but apparently they wanted even more. The weirdest request was a birth certificate, and I told him, look mate, I don't have a birth certificate. Of course I'm not going to have that on me. Why would you ask for that? And he keeps on prodding and prodding. He then says that he has to take my name as suspicious for failing to provide adequate documentation, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I tell him I can literally drive him to my house to avoid all of this. Oh God, what if my parents find out? They're not going to believe me. I keep thinking. All of this rushes through my head as he says, well, sorry, I've got to do what I've got to do. I then have to wait in my car for what feels like an eternity. It starts warming up again though, which is a good thing, but I was really annoyed. I also basically felt like some kind of caged animal just sitting there waiting, like I'd done something really terribly wrong, but of course I'd done literally nothing. It was just the circumstances of which had presented themselves to me, which I really didn't want to. I just wanted to get home and relax now. I was really tired. Then eventually, the cop says, yeah, you're free to go. I say great and close the door really quickly. And then he looks at me like I was trying something and I didn't even bother making eye contact. I just go to start my car up and nothing happens. I hit the wheel and try again and finally I get it. I think it was so cold that it couldn't actually work properly, but eventually I'm able to get it on its way and I head off. Why on earth did that guy stop me? Why was he so bad to me? I keep thinking over and over again. I scrunched up the ticket and I threw it on the floor, the one that he gave me. I know this probably isn't a good idea, but I was just angry, like I just didn't care. I thought, what, is this going to go against me? And I started to lend quickly to overthinking. Maybe I'm not going to get a job now, and I think of all rubbish like that obviously isn't true, but I guess it was a heated moment for me. So I continue driving, and after not long I forget about everything. I quickly drink the rest of the hot chocolate like it's water because of how cold it's become now, and I keep going. That's when, what do you know, another cop decides to show up to ruin my day. This time, I can't see the car or anything, I can just see the cop up there. He's completely covered up though, but he definitely has a police uniform on. I decided that this is basically the last time that I'm going to stop for one of these guys. If this happens again, I'm going to keep going. I ended up slamming on the brakes though, and I stalled my car a few times, and I'm trying to get it working again. But something felt different the way he just stood there. He was waving at me very slowly, and I couldn't see all of what was behind him. It looked like he was holding his back in pain, and I think something's odd about this. I decide just to put the full beams on, try and see him better, but I can't. He's even wearing sunglasses. He's about 5'10" or so, looks relatively normal, but something just felt off. You know how sometimes with your body, you can read the energy of a situation? Well, it was one of those moments, and I really truly trust my gut when they happen. So yeah, I think something's odd, and I decide to just slowly edge up towards him. I remember that I'm in my car, and I can just drive off quite quickly if I need to. Now, I actually put my clutch up quite high. If you're in America, you might not know, but that's basically what we have in most European manual cars. By doing this, I'm actually in a position where I can basically just floor it really easily if I need. So I do so, and just as I get close enough, he turns away, almost like it's out of sight. I almost stop for a second, then thud. Something hits really hard onto my car. For a second, I thought I'd run him over, but that defies the laws of physics. I instead step on the gas and go, go, go. I almost got off the side of the road I was going so quickly. I glanced up quickly to see what he was doing, and that's when I realised that he has an actual axe in his hand, and there's something on the end of it. I then hear a scream sound too. I can't hear it too well over my tyres, but I definitely heard it. I drive like I've never drove in my life before. I literally almost end up going off of the road quite a few times because of how I was going, and I tell myself, stop, 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 calm down, I'm gonna crash. Now I then realise that my fuel's gone down quite a lot too. It doesn't take long and I'm able to get to a petrol station. I then inspect my car, and there are multiple gashes that I didn't realise. One straight over my fuel tank, and they're big. I think, my god, this is like something that you never see before. And I quickly make a call to my parents. They're obviously extremely worried, and my dad actually called the cops for me. And I wait there. My mum and dad want to stay on the line, but I don't have much cell service and the line's shaky. I also need to have enough to contact the police again if I need to. I go in the gas station and explain to the store owner that I've had to call the law enforcement for something, and kindly he makes me a tea. So I sit down and start drinking this. Now it doesn't take long before the cops show up, and they inspect my car. They apologise for the damage. Annoyingly, the insurance company can't actually cover this because how am I going to prove what happened? I realise this and get annoyed. The cop senses my anger and says, "Son, don't be so angry." He then goes on to explain that apparently there's somebody on the loose there which has been attacking and even killing people using an axe, pretending to be either a medic or a law enforcement or some other kind of emergency service person. They then want to know exactly where I saw him, and I then explain. This makes my whole body go cold, as I realise that in that moment, I probably had just escaped my first life or death situation without realising it. I was on shift one night and everything was going relatively normally. In fact, I did something against the protocol of where I worked. I decided that I needed to go for a walk just to get out. This is on the week of which is leading up to Halloween, so a lot of the trees are dead around here, and I kind of dealt with a few people being idiots earlier in the week. You'd often find people trying to scare each other out here, and I don't know, there was something really creepy about seeing people out here sometimes. As a ranger, it's something that shouldn't necessarily come as a surprise to me, As basically our whole job is just to watch out for people and make sure we maintain the nature and the park. There was a few things on my mind in this moment. I was getting really tired of working. I wasn't able to stop working when I wanted to, and my work didn't let me use time off when I wanted to, and I think it was having a little bit of an effect on me. I mean, I was kind of doing everything and doing a pretty good job of sticking to the book and getting everything done, but eventually it starts to tire you out a little bit. I realised too that if there was something on my mind, I would almost zone out completely and simply focus on that. Even if I was talking to somebody, I'd be looking them dead in the face and I'd just completely blank out to almost another place, which I think was pretty weird for me. But the show goes on, as the old saying goes, so I continue. As I'm walking, there was an absolutely beautiful brisk breeze this night and it made me feel really good. The trees are starting to look especially beautiful too, just because of the time of year. These didn't necessarily change colour too much, but there was something about having a mixture of ones with leaves on it and those without, or fern or whatever, that I found particularly attractive. The park lake where we were had a beautiful blue lake next to it. Now this meant that we had to be especially careful because sometimes people would go in the water, even at this time of the year when specifically they were instructed not to, they would still do it. And it become quite dangerous really, because all it takes is one wrong move and you can go in there for too long and not come out again. Hypothermia sets in a lot quicker than what people realise it does, so this is a specifically dangerous area and I don't have a good feeling about being here for some reason. I can see that there's one small boat out there, but it's kind of drifting. I presume that somebody's left it there and forgotten about it, and it's just come off of the shoreline into the lake itself. I know for a fact that I'm absolutely not going to be able to get it right now. I don't want to take the boat out and it's too dangerous because if I fall in, I'm really going to struggle to get myself back in time. And make a fire, yeah, but I don't want to set fire to the whole forest. One of our colleagues actually did this before, believe it or not. Rather than actually checking what they were doing was accurate and safe, they had in fact not done so whatsoever, and eventually ended up putting everybody's lives in danger here, which I think was a pretty crazy thing to do. We put out the fire quite quickly, but it could have easily spread into a huge one. It would have cost millions and millions of dollars for us to repair, but the toll on nature would have been far worse. So that wasn't necessarily my idea. I decided to call around to see if anybody else is there and try and figure out what everybody else is doing, but I don't get a reply, so I just assume that this might be empty. It might be my chance here. Now, I continue on and keep on getting more and more lost in my thoughts. It was kind of like a self-filling cycle where the more you do it, the worse it becomes, but it was really difficult for me to focus on anything else. I was actually quite annoyed. I just couldn't seem to get out of my head at all. It felt like I just had far too much work to do, and just people really making my life difficult. Also, there was some money I was owed on some online work I'd done, so I was pretty cheesed off about this. I mean, who isn't when they're owed money? So I continue onwards, and I can hear the breathing of animals around me. I don't know what animal that is, but I did realise that was a very strange thing to have. It's something that I haven't necessarily encountered. It sounded like there was maybe a dog breathing around me every so often, but it was weird. I thought maybe a dog got off or something, but God, I hated the idea of it. I love dogs and didn't want to know any were astray. I even stupidly start thinking maybe it's to do with the boat, and I keep trying to snap myself out of these weird spiraling thoughts, but I just can't seem to. It was like something took control of my mind. That's when I noticed something on the horizon. There are 3 plumes of smoke. I think God, that's the last thing I want. The problem is, I'm on the opposite side of the lake at this point. Funnily enough, the boat seems to be drifting towards me. I know I promised myself that I wasn't going to go out on it, but I just wasn't in the mood. I think I was just too tired, so I waited. From the looks of it, this isn't necessarily a dangerous fire. It's almost like somebody was putting up a smoke signal, which I think is really weird. Why would you be putting up a smoke signal here? This is not hundreds of years ago. We are well within the 20th century now, so what was happening? I do find it particularly odd though how that the boat is slowly drifting across to literally exactly where I am. I sarcastically say thank you when I realise it's not too far away. Now the boat itself actually looks quite old. It's like somebody's made this out of hand, maybe 10 years ago or so, where there's almost some kind of agent or patina as such on the wood. It looks like nobody's ever been in it. I put my hand towards it and I stop. I have a feeling I shouldn't be doing this. God, what am I thinking? The boat could easily sink and then I'm in trouble. So I get up and continue now on the perimeter. The other problem now is I can't be gone from the station for too long because, really, I should be checking in with other people to let me know if there's anything that I need to do and how I am too. But I didn't. So, instead, I just keep walking quicker. Now, I'm getting closer to where the fire is, or at least the smoke, and I realise that it seems to have gone out. Out of the 3 plumes, I can only see 2 now. I get closer and there's only 1, and eventually none at all. I'm certain there's people doing this now. I think they've seen me and put out their fires and went to hide off somewhere else, so I don't take too much notice now. Just continue walking down there. Now I get closer and closer, and then I find something especially strange. There seems to be no source of the smoke or fire whatsoever, which is pretty weird. I don't understand that. I was literally right next to it and now there seems to be nothing. I should at least have some signs of what this is, but I don't. I decide that we're gonna have to send out a search at some point, because this is really dangerous. I don't want to be the one sleeping there when there's a huge fire. So I decide to turn away. I look for the boat and I presume that it's drifted off somewhere further, as I start making my way around the other side again. I thought maybe some people had some time off over the Halloween holidays and just wanted to enjoy themselves out here. I call out, hey, no camping. When I lock eyes with something, there seems to be an owl or something up in the trees. It doesn't look right though. This looks like an absolutely huge one. I can make out the beak and where the eyes are supposed to be. And now I hear rattling. I quickly look around to see if there's any snakes or anything, but I don't see any. That's bizarre. It sounded like there was a rattlesnake right next to me. I'm actually terrified of the things. There shouldn't be any out here, but I quickly turn back. Not that I wasn't brave enough to investigate what was possibly going on here. I mean, I absolutely wasn't, but I don't want to get caught up in some kind of rubbish like that. So I get back. I've actually got bit by a snake before and had to go hospital, and it was not a fun experience or one that I'd like to do again in the future. I start to sweat a little bit too, and something feels off. As I'm walking, I can hear some kind of whistle sound. It sounds almost like a human whistling to try and retrieve an animal, but every so often. I don't know where it's coming from too. At one point it sounded like it was coming from right next to my head, and at other times it sounds like it's much further away. But the sound was definitely following me. I catch my thoughts spiraling once again into I'm gonna get murdered out here and some rubbish like that. so I managed to snap myself out of it. I walk a bit further, then take a few seconds to take in the beautiful scenery around me. It looks really nice, and I find that this calms me down a lot. I start focusing on the little things that I'm gonna do when I get back home, and again, I feel better now. As I was walking back, I couldn't stop thinking about how much time I felt like I'd wasted. I just felt like it was stupid to go out here. I was angry now because I decided to walk but actually felt worse for it. But I don't have too much time to dwell on it, and I'll eventually make it back in. I then hand over for the shift in the following morning. I don't mention anything to them, but the weird part's when I get home. Now, as I said, we're in the run up to Halloween, so you're kind of used to seeing different people dressed up and stuff. So I don't think much of what I see next. As I'm driving, something walks out into the road. Now, I'm on quite a long forest road here. I'm effectively in the middle of nowhere specifically, but you do get the odd car or two. What I see is something walk out, which is about 4.5 feet tall. It comes from the tree line, holds something up to me, then walks off, and I can see a smoke trail behind it. I then realise it's holding some kind of sage or something. Again, I think this is especially weird, but remind myself it's Halloween, so I don't think too much of it. I eventually get back home, unlock up and go inside my home. I didn't have my family there at the time, so it was a little bit lonelier than normal. That was fine. I'm used to these situations happening, but it wasn't necessarily fun. I grab a newspaper, make myself a decaf coffee and sit down to drink it. On my porch I get a really nice view into the woods. Now, as I'm sitting there drinking it, I have a strange smell. It's one that I haven't smelt for years and years, since I was about 14 doing my first job. The person who worked there had the little tiny incense things. I don't know what you call them, but the things on the stick you light. They smelled just like that. I actually go and check my toaster and everything just to make sure there's not a big fire which is about to engulf my house, so I'm not bothering to check, but there's nothing. I then light a candle to try and put out the smell, and I sit down going to read my newspaper and I start hearing the rattling sound once more. Okay, now this is quite scary. I'm actually worried myself and I'm sure I can hear breathing. I go and grab my knife. I didn't have a gun at this time. I didn't want to get into a melee battle with something, but I think there's someone on my property. Or a snake, which I'm also going to have to probably fight off. My hands are actually really sweaty. It's annoying because I have to keep wiping them trying to hold my knife, and I actually put it into the sleeve of my jumper. As I'm doing this, I notice someone walking past my house kind of staring in too. They looked especially weird. It's someone with a very long beard who kind of stops for a few seconds and keeps on walking. There was something about it I didn't like. He looks very old. He has quite dark skin. But as soon as he goes past, the rattling sound seems to stop. Now, I don't know what to make of this again. And I decide to call the police now. Something was really off about this situation and I couldn't necessarily put my finger on why it was all happening. So I wait for the cops to show up, which was late as anything. I'm actually tempted to call them to come back the following day because I can't be bothered, but eventually they arrive. I remembered looking at my watch and realising that the time had stopped on it, which is also bizarre. I just got this one. The cops come up and they're like, yeah, it's just, it's Halloween, man, it's just people playing around. I then go to explain what my profession is and the fact that I'm very used to dealing with weird situations like this, but they just kind of slide it off as in, oh no, don't worry man, just long hours, I get the same thing. I ended up inviting them in to have some coffee. It's just because I wanted some company really, but I do think this is especially strange. I say that no, something's wrong. I think someone's following me. And did you see the guy out here? He says no. He says that he's going to have a loop round before he gets back. We say our goodbyes and off he went. But I decide to look out the window. And what do you know? He does one turn to the right and goes off. Great, he hasn't done it. That doesn't mean I can't do it myself though. I have my flashlight and I go outside holding the knife. I'm kind of holding it in a way where I'm seeing in front of myself I can kind of punch out with it. It's probably really not a good idea because I'm pretty stupid and clumsy with these things, but it felt like the right thing to do. Now I have a good look round, and I do notice something especially weird. I can hear my name being called from one other side of the forest. Of course it's on the side that has no lights and that I can't see into. It sounds like somebody very slowly saying Will. Will. At first I think maybe it's a wind, but I'm not sure. Then I think I hear somebody saying help me, and then my name. I think that I just need a good night's sleep. I shine my torch into the forest and I can't see anything. I turned it off for a little bit just to try and get a better view of things with my night eyes, but I can't see a thing. So I go back. I say, man, I've got to get out of this. I'll need a good night's sleep and a rest. Then I angrily check my emails, and once again they haven't approved my time off, which is getting ridiculous now. You'd think in a job like this they'd actually value you getting a good night's sleep and your well-being, but no, not at all. They absolutely do not care here, it turns out, but that's a battle for another time. So I call in for the night and wake up and start driving to my work for the next day. Now I'm driving on that road again and I stop for a little while. I look around trying to see where the person could have come or went to, but again I can't see anybody. I think once more that this is bizarre. There must have been somewhere that they went. There's no way that they could appear in the road like that, then just vanish literally into nowhere. I know this is especially weird because why on earth would anybody be out here and just stop like that? Obviously they were trying to scare me, but why? That's the part that's bothering me. I get in my car again, turn on the engine, and for a fraction of a second, I can see something. It's sat in the backseat of my car staring at me. I turn around very quickly. Now this all literally happens in probably a few milliseconds, and it's gone. Whatever that thing is, it's almost just vanished as though it wasn't there. I just can't figure out what's going on. It was like somebody was sat in my car, but I wish I could give you more details, but I was so scared that I was hardly able to bring myself to look back. This all happened so quickly. I don't know what it is. I drive and shake my head, watching as my mile counter ticks over. I try and break it down and think, well, every mile that I go I'm getting closer to my time off. But I didn't think it would have this kind of effect on me. Never had it before. As I'm driving too, I notice something else up ahead. I see more figures dressed in black. I slam on the brakes and my hands are shaky. They then turn and I realise that they're young children in Halloween outfits. And I snap myself out of it. I say, come on, get a grip, get a hold of yourself. You're a ranger, it's Halloween, just relax. I'm actually annoyed at how shaken up I become from this, and I start to become a bit more fearless. I mean, it was a beautiful time of year, actually one of my favourites to be honest. Now I make it back in, and I say hey to everyone. That's when one of them looks at me, and they appear almost white. I say, hey, what's wrong? He says, I heard something, man, last night. I say, what did you hear? He says, well, I heard somebody calling my name, and it sounded like you. I say, that's impossible, I was at home. He says, I know. I don't think the other guys are going to believe me on this one, but it's like you were injured out there trying to call out for help. I say that I heard something too, and so I thought I heard my name being called last night. I tell him I can't be sure because how quiet it was, but I definitely heard it. He then tells me be careful out there and slaps me on my shoulder and hands me some jade. I say, what's this? He said that it's from his family and it keeps you safe in times of danger. I say thank you and say that I'm gonna return it to him as soon as I get the chance. So I turn back around and get ready for my shift. I'm not feeling good though at all. Now, I know something's way off here. But again, I've got my job to do and it's not a fun one. I'm gonna have to go around to where I did before. And then suddenly realise that I completely forgot to mention about the boat on the lake. I'm actually worried a bit because we do need to report these things and it could be a big danger for others. I'm not so afraid though when I realise that one of my colleagues is actually about to do the patrols with me. I calm down quite a lot and we both head out there. This is someone who's been doing the job for not too long, but they're very confident, which is probably what I needed. We start talking about all kinds of things and he says that his kids love Halloween and how they've been making pumpkin cakes and lattes. After not too long I actually completely forget about my fear and I'm feeling happy really. I was actually going to get some Halloween style cakes later on and I was excited for that. We actually live near a store where that you can get really good Halloween gear. And I always get something, even if it's just small, kind of like for a treat for myself. So I'm feeling okay now. As we head out though, I realise that my colleague keeps on looking over his shoulder. I say what's wrong and he says, nothing. I just keep thinking that I can see something. I ask him to elaborate, but he can never give me much details. He then says it's almost like somebody or something is just staring at me. But he can never explain exactly why or how. So I think, okay, that's weird. But I don't know. I can't explain it. So he says, don't worry man, let's just keep going. And his tone suddenly changes. I say, hey bud, what's that? He then says to me, what do you mean? I say, what's that up there? Is that another person? And I lock eyes with something very tall, slowly going behind a tree. I can only describe it as kind of looking like a tall figure, but with an animal's head. I can barely see it through the tree line. I didn't have my far sight glasses on at this point, but my buddy saw it too. He tells me to get back. He says, I don't know what that thing is, but we're not going up there. I agree. We think maybe somebody's put something up for Halloween, or jettisoned some gear for it, but it just seems so unlikely. And I'm tired of using it as an excuse to rationalise all these strange things happening. So we start walking back quickly. Now we're both quite worried at this point. Luckily he had some time in the military so he could keep up an insane pace. But it almost felt like no matter how far that we actually walked, we didn't necessarily make progress. I think it's kind of like, when you have a terrible, terrible dream and your body doesn't work properly if there's danger. It's basically exactly like that. So all we can do now is just keep trying to progress at the best pace possible. Now, it doesn't take too long before we get back. And we decide that we're not going to go out there for a while. Luckily, we do have cameras covering quite a lot of this place. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, the cameras didn't actually cover the area that we went to. I mean, this place is huge and you couldn't expect it to, but it was annoying. But it was almost like this thing knew how to stay out of sight, whatever it is. So yeah, we're both pretty freaked out now. And I can't stop scanning the cameras. I actually scared myself a couple of times where that I think my brain was trying to fill in the gaps or something and nothing was there. But that's okay. I feel a lot safer doing it behind a screen. Now, as night falls, I'm unfortunately the good old guy that has to stay there. It's now leading closer and closer to Halloween though, so at least I have some scary movies to watch. I know that's not a good idea to be honest, and I don't actually know specifically why I decided to do that, but it's almost like a routine for me. So I now say goodbye to the other colleague as he goes home, back to the bunker and safety of his house. I'm here in this wooden building which probably wouldn't hold back anything, let alone a monster that might be out there. But I put on a Halloween film and I start to relax. I really like to watch some of the classics and I decide to watch Frankenstein. I feel pretty good and I actually have this on quite loud. I can in fact still hear the radio if I need to, so there's nothing to worry about. I do hear a knocking on the window though. I think, oh, they've come to relieve me. I get up and I can't see anyone there. I quickly have a scan round on the cameras and I notice I can't see any cars or anything, not to worry. I now begin to open the door, but I realise nobody's out here. I think maybe it's just on the TV, so I go and turn the volume down and just start laying there. I'm leaning back in my seat, just kind of thinking about my life now and everything related to it. And that's when I hear it again. This time it made me jump. Now I can't be certain about this next part because I was kind of in a daze, but I'm sure for a second I saw a face in the window. Impossible, I think. And ended up sleeping for a while. Now I don't actually tell anybody that I did this at work because you're really not supposed to. But I think I was just exhausted and drained from it all. I wake up at sunrise and to Halloween, and I feel alright about things. Now, I go and say goodbye to some of my colleagues who have now arrived. They say, did anything weird happen? And I say, no, it was pretty cool. Just the usual. I'm not actually sure why I did this. It probably would have been a good idea for me to tell them that, yeah, there's something crazy going on out there. You've got to really watch yourselves, but I didn't. So, I decide just to go back home. I get in my car and I feel pretty good. I drive to a gas station which has a cafe and I go to get a pumpkin spice latte, which again is something I love to have during Halloween times. There's all kinds of trick-or-treaters out too. They do it quite early in my state, so I think this is really cool. I don't know why, there's almost like a magic to it for me. I'm feeling pretty good but very sleep deprived. I'm also a bit annoyed because I probably threw off my entire sleeping pattern now from doing that. But it's okay. So I eventually get back home. My brother's actually here now with his partner, which is pretty cool. They actually live quite a far away from here, but they pass through when they're going to college. And it's always nice to say hey to them and see how they're doing with their lives. So I'm here for a little bit with them. We decide to continue. Now we keep on watching some scary films and we go out together for a walk. We go quite a long way and actually come to some of the other houses. You can see all kinds of different people doing trick-or-treating and whatnot. And eventually we decide to head back. My brother says, oh god, well, do you see that costume? It was one really good one. They look like they might be older on stilts or something, but someone had something really tall dressed up. I say, what do you mean? He says, don't know man, it kind of, they went into the woods, but it looked cool. I didn't ask much more about it. The tone of my brother's voice wasn't a need to raise any kind of fear at the time, so I don't. But I start to feel sick though. Now it's kind of like the feeling as if you got some kind of like unclean surfaces around you, and you kind of have like the lump in your throat, like you're struggling to hold things down. So we eventually get back now, and life's pretty good. We're happily watching things, and I ended up falling asleep on the chair, and my brother and his girlfriend go to the spare room. I'm awoken in the night by something knocking on the door. I grab my bowl of candy and say hey, very deliriously, opening the door. I wait for a few seconds and wipe my eyes. I expected to feel the weight drop from the candy bowl as some happy trick-or-treaters fill their eyes with the candy and later their stomachs. But this doesn't happen. I look around again, and I think this is weird. There's no one here. Maybe I've imagined it. So I close the door behind me, turn around and go to sit down. After doing so, it happens again, this time loud enough to actually make me jump. I quickly get up now and decide that I need to investigate this. There was definitely something off with the way that this happened. It was too loud and hostile to be anything normal. I start to think, well, maybe it's my brother. I go to look where they're staying, but I can't see anyone. So I know that that's bizarre. As I get up, I then see my brother crouching down looking out a window. What's wrong, man? He says, did you hear that? I say, what? I swear I just heard my girlfriend and her name calling out from the woods. I even believed it myself. He said he got up to go to the bathroom when he heard it. He can hear this from the open, but he can't figure out exactly where it's coming from. He said he went to check and that's when he realised she's asleep, so he knows that something is definitely wrong here. And that's when his fear sets in. I say, what next? He says, well, I saw you, idiot. And then I think, this is really weird. I then say, did you hear the knocking? And he says no. How he didn't hear the knocking, I'll never know, because it felt like it could have shook the house down. We decide that it's the best time that we investigate. Now my brother says that he's going to check around out the windows, and I say that, yeah, I'm going to go outside. I don't know why I actually agreed to this, because it meant my brother was in the safety of the house and I just went outside, but I guess it's my house and I know the area well, so I head outside to see what I could. I've got my flashlight on and some warm clothes now. I was actually so tired that I didn't think to bring a weapon, which I regretted. I thought I could probably turn off the torch and quickly hit someone on the head, but thinking of it now, that probably wouldn't have worked, but it helped me anyway. So I turn off the torch a few times to try and let my night eyes set in and not give away my position when I see something. Up ahead, I see the silhouette of something standing there. This thing is very tall and slender. Now, I only saw this for about 2 seconds as I turned and screamed, running in the opposite direction. I look over my shoulder and I can see it walking slowly towards me with a limp. I scream my brother's name and say, help, what the hell's that? I run in and slam the door. My brother starts screaming too, and subsequently his girlfriend as he spots it. Now we quickly lock all of the doors and windows, and I go and get some knives and give one to my brother. We think maybe it's possibly a trick-or-treater, but we realise quickly it's not, as it slowly goes towards the forest. This thing almost walks like it's on stilts or stick legs or something. It's like it was made out of dark drapes or something. And it slowly goes towards the tree line. He says, that's it. I say, what, tell me. Thinking he knows and he's going to have a rational explanation. He says, the thing. That's where it come from. The voice. My girlfriend. We then looked at each other really confused. And we stare and waited. 1 minute passes. Then 2 minutes. Then 3 minutes. Then 4. And we realised that, well, we probably should have checked the other side. And now I look on the other side of the window. Furthermore, I'm terribly paranoid now. What was that thing? I just don't know. I actually have so much energy now that I don't feel tired whatsoever. I actually went to make my brother some coffee so that way we can actually stay awake and figure out what on earth is happening. After a little bit of time, we realise that we're not necessarily in danger now, and that's a nice feeling. But it doesn't last for too long. We eventually decide that We need to go back and figure out what this thing is. So as soon as day breaks, we head out. Now, we're not really able to see anything though. We have a look, eventually bravely going towards a tree line where we saw this thing, but there's nothing there. So that's actually really annoying. I wanted an explanation for this. Actually, all we saw was some trick-or-treaters getting it in the next day, which I thought was quite funny, but none of them actually come here. Now, me and my brother racked our brains for probably the next 2 or 3 hours trying to figure out what we've just seen, but neither of us are able to come up with any kind of logical or rational explanation as to what it could have possibly been. Whatever this is seems to go against everything normal or that we're aware of, but I don't like that it called out my brother's name, and that I was hearing this before. Now I have the rest of the day off, and my brother and his girlfriend offered me to go with them, but I say sorry, I can't, I've got my work soon. And dishearteningly, I decide that I have to just go in to work. I really don't want to. I would have paid $5,000 to not have to go in that day. It really felt like it. I actually didn't have that much saved, but I would have given it, honestly, or whatever I had in my bank account then. I get into work and I'm met by police there, which is very weird. I get a feeling in my stomach thinking, oh no, we've probably found a body or something, and I get a little paranoid. I then go and ask what happened, and one of my colleagues come and say, hey, did you hear what happened to Bill? I say, no, what happened? Oh God, how is he? He says, no, he's fine. He just broke his leg. I say, what do you mean? And he tells me that when he was on the night shift there, he heard somebody calling his name. He said that he couldn't figure out exactly who it was, but it kept saying that I need help up here. He said he followed it, but he was so caught up in this that he didn't actually take a second to look at his surroundings. And eventually, he made it over a ridgeline and felt something sharp in his back. I say, what? He says it felt like something stabbed him. He then feels a force push him down, and he falls a long way. He fell from his radio too, so we didn't know any of this was going on. I say, God, is he definitely alive? They say, yeah. And they eventually find him out there and hear him whimpering. When they found him, he's fractured his leg, and he's got all kinds of cuts, but 3 very distinct gashes in his back, which he had to stop bleeding. Eventually they're able to get the medics out there to support him and take him away, and now he's being treated for it at the local hospital. I say I can't do this, and I actually give in my working notice right then and there. They say they understand. They didn't ask me for any more details. I was able to leave, and it was just due to psychological shock is what they had on paper. I remember driving back to my home and not knowing what to make of all of this. I decided that the safest thing that I can do now is move back to my parents' house. Well, I actually ended up going to my grandma's, but I did that for 6 months before moving. Even when the house was for sale, I refused to live there. Even to this day, it still really gives me nightmares. Every Halloween it comes straight back to the front of my mind. I'm someone who's not actually from America writing this, but my similarity is that my father was a ranger of sorts, or our equivalent here. Now, I'm somebody who did something I didn't really admit to my dad originally. I used to love going exploring buildings and whatnot, and I'd always do this on my own, but sometimes with friends. I was pretty hesitant to tell my dad about it because I knew he would get really angry about it. I remembered him telling me stories about where he would get sent out to investigate abandoned buildings for homeless people, drug users, or God knows what, and you could see his frown on his beard, and he would just be really annoyed about it. But on the other hand, I was someone who loved to go exploring them, especially when I was young. Now sometimes I would go with my friends and we'd actually camp out overnight in them, and there was one particular incident that was like no others. Now, I'm not somebody who really believes in the paranormal or any of them things, but let me tell you my story. Now, we set out into the forest to go and explore some abandoned industrial type buildings. I'm not sure whether they were housing for the workers of the old factories, but they look really cool nonetheless. Now, one thing we knew is that we had to be really careful because of asbestos and whatnot, and most of us brought masks with us. Now, it was on and off snowing when we arrived at the place we like to explore, and it kind of made the whole thing seem like it was out of a movie, so that was really cool. We go inside the first abandoned building, and we're careful to make sure there's no squatters or anybody who isn't meant to be there. We literally had to go building to building, room to room, just to make sure we're the only people there. We decided on a room that we're going to camp in and put all of our equipment down. Basically, the choice was made easy by the fact that this area actually has a door, and you can close it, and also we can escape to a balcony if we really needed to. Now, we ended up going outside for a few minutes after putting our gear down and eating some food and having a really good time. We ended up going onto the roof just to enjoy the views and have a smoke. I mean, there wasn't too much to see, but we just wanted to try and catch the sunlight just before it faded away into the darkness. I'm standing there having a cigarette, having a good time with my friends, when I have a strange feeling like somebody's touching the back of my neck. I can't shake it and go to turn around to tell my friend to stop, and just off in the horizon, I captured the outline of a person staring at me. Now, they don't actually say anything at all, but I can just make out this person's very old and dressed in relatively dated clothing. It looks like they're wearing clothes from the 70s with the jumper and whatnot, but I think, oh, it's probably just a homeless person. I tell the others and say that I kind of want to go, but they're adamant that we should stay in there. I ended up putting out the cigarette and agreeing because I know they're probably not going to know what room we're actually in or not. So we end up going back into the room and we close the door up. We have a general tidy up and set up our sleeping bags and everything else that we need to camp in there. We ended up getting our small gas stove going and start making some more food again. We have lots of candles with us and I make sure I bring them because these are very important for heat. I light them one by one and my god, that place got really hot. We've got all the windows closed inside the area that we're in and you can really feel the heat. It's a good few degrees hotter where we are than outside, and this is important. But I know this will be an issue because when we wake up, the candles will have gone out and so will the heat. So I make sure that I'm packed in with nice and warm clothes. I realise that one of the candles has went out and I go to light it again. Just as I reach over, I can hear a rustling sound outside. I don't know what this is, but I go to investigate. I don't actually tell the others that I'm going because they're drinking a bit and they're not really bothered with what I'm doing. Now, I look down into the darkness of the stairwell and decide this is not a good idea. I instead head up to the roof again to try and see what's around me. I get up onto there and I have a look round for the person I saw earlier, but nobody's there. Most likely this was just an animal that I heard. I ended up sitting there for a while, probably too close to the edge of the building to be considered safe, but I just want the peace for a few minutes. I'm here collecting my thoughts and I hear one of my friends whisper to me, "Watch out for the animals, kid. You could lose your life if you're not careful here." I turn around to speak to my friend and I realise nobody's there. I look to my right and quickly run over to the side of a block that's on top of the building. I say, "Hey, I know you're here," and stop mid-sentence as I realise I'm standing on the roof alone now. Now, I'm not entirely convinced or not whether I actually heard this or not, because maybe I was already a little paranoid expecting to hear something, but this was weird, and why was I addressed as kid? I was thoroughly freaked out, but I really don't want to scare my friends because I know if we come back at this time, my dad's going to know something's up, and I'm probably going to have to lose some of my expensive equipment here. So instead, I quickly go down. Now I have to go down about 5 or 6 stairs on the stairwell, and when I take my first few steps, I realise how cold it is and I really need to get in now. As I'm walking, I can hear my footsteps being traced behind me. Now, I was walking relatively quick, but I realised as I picked up the pace, the steps behind me also follow. Now for a moment it felt like I was in a nightmare where I'm on an endless stairwell being chased, but I didn't stop long enough to actually convince myself that this wasn't the case, and I just keep going. I'm not entirely sure whether it is my footsteps echoing or not, but they just seem slightly out of sync with me, if that makes sense. I eventually make it back, and funnily enough, my friends don't realise that I'm gone. They thought I'd just been sitting in the other room on my own, and I decided it's best not to say anything. Now we still have the candles glowing as everybody starts to drift off to sleep, but of course not me. I'm still pretty freaked out by what I saw and what I heard that day. My eyes are glued on the door. It didn't occur to me at the time, but we forgot to actually barricade the door, and it was almost half ajar. But I'm not joking, I was too scared to actually go and close it. I laid awake for another good 2 or 3 hours, half asleep, but just aware that something could happen when I hear a growling sound. Now, everything in my body was telling me this is some kind of demon and we need to watch out. But then I realised it was one of the most scary sounds you can hear out in the wilderness. It was the sound of a wolf. It sounds like it's close, maybe 1 or 2 floors below us. I very slowly and carefully get up, close the door and push a chair up onto it, and I remain still. And I'm certain I can see the silhouette of something moving past a window. Now it's a very inky silhouette, but I'm sure this was a wolf going past, slowly looking from room to room. I slowly edge my way backwards and call my friend Edgar, saying, Edgar, wake up please, there's something wrong. And he slowly wakes up saying, what's wrong? Why is it so hot still? He then says, God, why'd you wake me up? I say, stop, I think there's wolves. He suddenly darts up, realising the danger. He quickly looks towards where I am and makes his way over, and we both see a dark, inky figure, roughly 3 feet high, come towards our door and sniffing sounds. This is then joined by another 2 or 3, and we can hear growling sounds again. My friend decides to knock on the window to try and scare them off, and we can hear at least 5 or 6 of them growl and then start to bark, and of course our other friends wake up. God, I don't want to die like this, I tell my friend. He says stop, and I quickly go and grab a knife. My friend then goes to grab another weapon and everything else we can find to defend ourselves with. Now we quickly move all of the things we can to barricade the door in, and my friend considers calling out for help, but that's a problem. If we make that call, we're probably going to get arrested and put others' lives in danger. Maybe we should just wait it out, my friend says. We're exploring the options now. We can go across the balconies and balcony hop, but it's pretty stupid because if there's not any doors in the other areas we're going into, we're literally going to be going right into where the wolves are. I have another idea. I quickly take all of the food that I can find that we've stupidly left around and throw it as far across the other balconies as I can. I actually did quite a good job at this, and I'm sure this must have distracted them. Relatively convinced that we're a bit more safe now, I go to barricade the door further when I realise that there's one of the wolves sitting there patiently waiting for us to come out. One of the problems with this is that they'll be extremely patient and they're a lot more intelligent than what people give them credit for. Now, even if we try and come back in the morning to exit through the same door, they're probably going to be waiting there nearby to come and get the food or us. Now, at this point we don't know how hungry they are, and we know we're in grave danger now. Now, the decision we make is one that I hate. We can't risk escaping, we literally have to just hold put in here for as long as our supplies last. Now, we decide that we have to go to sleep, but one of us stays on guard. My friend Edgar volunteered to do it, waiting near the door with a knife, and I must have fell asleep for about an hour or so. When I wake up, he's still there, and luckily there's no signs of the dogs. Now, we get to the morning and we have no idea whether they're still around or not. We decide that we should probably make it onto the roof because we think maybe they're going to be too scared to actually follow us up there, and if we really need, we'll get good signal to call for help. Now, I'm not so sure if this is a good idea or not because it effectively traps us up there, but if worse comes to worse, we can just about make the jump to the other building, which I know now is very stupid, but we weren't necessarily thinking rationally during this situation. So, we decide that we have to go for this, just to try and get a vantage point. So, we pack up all of our things and leave the candles there because they've already burnt themselves out. I grab a knife and so do my buddies, and we're all ready to fight for the death. Edgar bravely opens the door slowly, and thankfully there's no signs of any wolves around. We then take our absolute first steps onto the staircase, and we can hear a horrifying growl and bark coming from just below us. We all sprint immediately up the stairs. We're convinced that we're not going to make it. We kept on running and running until eventually we make it to the very top, and my friend Edgar quickly throws something onto the covering. We still have no idea what level them wolves are on, but they were definitely still there. So basically we've now trapped ourselves onto the roofs with not many options. My other friend looks over the edge of the building and says he can just about make out some of the wolves. They seem to be circling around inside the building that we're in. He can just about make out some of their grey fur from where he is. Now, I think we should call for help again, but my friend says maybe we should make it on top of the roof, the next one over, and then we should be able to get back to relative safety because we can climb down the fence where the wolves won't be able to follow us. Now, I'll admit it, this is a pretty good idea to be honest, but there is danger of death because if we fall, we're probably going to break our legs and we're going to be dinner for some stupid animals that won't leave us alone. But we are running low on supplies now, so what choice do we have? Now, I'm somebody who used to do some good running when I was younger, actually competing for my school, being very quick. But that was at least 12 years ago now, and I'm not really sure of my athletic abilities. But I decide that I should probably be brave because really it's my fault for not alerting the others sooner to the strange things that happened, and that I should really be the one to fix this. At least that's what I rationalised with. So, I quickly throw across my sleeping bag and other gear to the other side. Well, I guess there's no going back now. I decide to get quite a nice run up and trace the steps. I'm ready now. I take one foot in front of me and leap across. Thankfully I make the jump. Now, the area that I land in is actually relatively solid and I'm actually really glad about this. I ended up forgetting about the wolves now, and I'm followed by Edgar, who quickly traces my steps. It's then my other friend, who is a lot more hesitant because he's a bit heavier than us, and he's not sure whether the roof is going to hold up. We shout to him to just come on and get on with it, but he won't move. I'm actually quite annoyed now, because we have to move in case the wolves follow us up onto this roof and we can't barricade it like the other one. As a precaution, I ended up throwing some more food down below us near ground level. It actually bounces out of sight, so annoyingly I can't see whether it's effective or not at actually attracting the wolves away from us. We keep on screaming for our other friend to come, and eventually he goes for it, and he just about makes it and we have to help him up. We're all very relieved to quickly gather up our things. Edgar looks down and he can see clearly that there's still wolves around, still in the building that we just come from. They actually tried to follow us up, and he can see through one of the windows that they're still trying to figure out a way to get onto the roof. We know they probably had menacing intent because they didn't bother getting their food that we threw down for them. Maybe they had young with them and they thought they were defending it, I don't know. We just know now that we have to move. Now when we set off again, I can taste blood, and I realise it's from running so hard to actually make the jump, and I'm actually struggling to get my breath. We make sure that we have everything, and we have to roof hop one more time, but luckily we make it across successfully now. The area that we move on to is actually relatively slippery, and we're walking across in this disgusting tar sludge which is actually really sticky on our shoes. We continue moving and have to actually climb across another large balcony on the roof used for some kind of surveying. We make it up to the next stage, which is a really large chimney pipe from one of the factories. We have to kind of slowly shimmy around it. It's hard to describe, but we're like sidestepping, and I'm someone that doesn't mind heights, but I hate it when I'm up high. Now my hands are sweating through my gloves, and I'm really struggling to hold on. The best I can do now is just not look down. We're at a point now where we have to take off our bags and slowly go down the ladder. Now I'm too scared to do this, and strangely my other friend, who's been a bit worried the whole time, volunteers to do it first. I think now he was probably doing it just because he knows it's a map to safety, but I'm glad he's offered. He starts climbing down the 40 or so steps and makes it to the bottom. We throw our bags down next to him, and luckily the roof doesn't give way. We all make it down safely, and now we're not far off where we need to be. There's one last fence we have to scale down, but to our horror we realise that they have some anti-theft and whatever you call it climbing paint all over this area, and there's spikes and things. This now means that we're not really with many options other than calling for help. We have a break again because we're sure we're away from the wolves, and I ended up spotting a break in the fence. There's an area that leads to trees and next to a main road that I'm sure we can make it to. We don't really have many other options, so we have to go for it. Now there's no easy way down from where we are, but I realise that we can quite easily jump down without getting too hurt as long as we roll. I volunteer to go first. I look around to make sure there's no wolves or any other danger, and I go for it. I ended up sliding funnily because the ground was pretty wet from some snowfall, but I make it okay. I immediately jump to my feet and grab the knife just in case anything comes for us. I'm quickly followed by Edgar and my other friend. We took one moment to look at each other, me and Edgar, and we then sprint towards the fence. I slide down first, then grab my bag through, followed by Edgar and my scared friend, and we've made it. The wolves are no longer going to be able to follow us here. It's too dangerous for them, and they're not going to get through the gap because obviously they can't lift it up. We're very elated that we've managed to make it out of there in one piece. While we're on the way home, I stop and say, "Hey, Edgar, have you seen my tent? I brought this with me in case of emergencies. It's a very small foldable one," and he says, "No." "Oh no, I'm sure you've left it on the roof." I curse myself because I know my dad's gonna kill me because he bought that for me very recently and it wasn't cheap. Now on this drive back, I can't stop thinking about what happened. None of us are talking, just in deep processing of the whole event. But one thing that really stands out to me is I have no idea who spoke to me on that roof or who the person was I saw opposite that time. I didn't really mention it to the others in full details. I knew they probably wouldn't believe me, but what was that? I'm not somebody who really believes in guardian angels or any of them types of things, but I don't know what else it could have been. I do know that situation could have ended horribly, and I'm glad to say that put an end to my urban exploring days. Now my dad did end up being relatively annoyed at me for losing the tent, but he just asked how my trip was, thinking I went on a regular camping one, and he was just glad to see me. I was out camping with a cousin of mine, and I was asleep in my tent. In the middle of the night, I felt something touching and slithering on me. I ignored it at first, believing that I was still home and my brother was annoying me, but then I finally realized and woke up to see a giant caterpillar. It's still one of the scariest things of my life. When I was a teen, me and two friends went camping and woke up in the middle of the night to a knife scraping along the sides of the tent at around waist height. It went on for probably about a minute but felt like a lifetime and then stopped, and we waited for maybe an hour and left without packing. Later that week we found out one of our friends that we hadn't invited had followed us, but we don't know if it was her. I was 10 or 15 miles into the backcountry wilderness with a friend on a multi-day backpacking trip. We were trout fishing for our supper on a small stream fairly close to the timberline. Seemingly out of nowhere, a game warden on a horseback materialized a few feet from where I stood. He dismounted, marched right up to me and demands to have a look at the contents of my krill. It wasn't a problem, but was very unnerving. The way that he apparently stalked us and snuck up on us. My friend and I weren't novices at being in the backcountry, so we're both a bit humbled at how this man had tried to ambush us, especially given the sharpness and the sparseness of the vegetation available to cover his approach. My heart was racing for quite a while after the encounter, and I vowed that I would get better at maintaining situational awareness. He was a good man though. Turns out I did have a fish that was a bit outside the size limit due to my misunderstanding of the regulation of this particular stream. The game warden had advised me that I need to get the fish on the fire and eat it tonight. He would have been within the rights to cite me and confiscate my fishing rod and tackle, which would have really stunk. When I was in high school, my friends and I went out to a remote spot in the mountains to camp. Just to get there, you needed a pretty serious off-roader. It was about 30 miles up a super rough road. There were river crossings, huge boulders in the road, and tons of sand. Now, the road trip took us all day, and we don't see another person. No one passed us, and we didn't see anybody camping, nothing. At one point, one of my friends noted it looked like nobody had ever driven off on the road before, which was weird because this is in Colorado and the roads/trails are very popular. Something worth pointing out, this road led into a box canyon, which is basically nature's cul-de-sac. The road we're on was the only road in and the only one out. All around us are massive cliffs, and another thing, we're deep in the mountains, far from any cell service. On top of that, we're in a box canyon, when even if you're next to a city you don't have service. All that said, we eventually find a spot and get set up. Every time we went camping, we play capture the flag. This isn't an exception, except we wait for it to get dark to start. Now, in the middle of the second round, me and one of my friends on my team hop up onto the road. It seemed like a good way to get around to the other flag. We walked down the road and began to see a glow coming towards us. Our first thought was that it's probably another 4x4 coming up, but we then realised it was a young woman holding up her phone looking for service. She was still at a distance, but she was panicky. She was rushing and stumbling at the same time, except she isn't drunk, it doesn't seem. We call out hello, but don't get a response. But it wasn't just that she ignored us, she looked like she didn't know we were there. You okay? Nothing. As she's passing us, we realise she's crying. You okay? She stumbles right past us, never showing a sign that she knows we're there. The whole time, just looking at her phone for service. Me and my friend are frozen. We watch her, still crying, shaking. She rounded a turn and disappeared. I yell out to everyone else to meet back at the camp. We do. I tell them what we saw, and I'm not proud to admit this, but we get scared. We said we'd stay in the camp that night, and in the morning we'd go looking. The first thing we do in the morning is decide that there must be some other people there that must know her, so we go down the end of the road and there's no signs of anyone. Then we decided to go to the entrance of the road and look for the woman, and nothing. Now, we're not sure how we got into this position or how she did, but she doesn't look like a hiker. She has regular clothes on, as if she'd just gotten in from the canyon at the other side. We were pretty sure that we're the only ones that have driven down that road in a while, so nobody's dropped her off, and the whole time we saw her, she was holding up the phone looking for service. I don't know what happened to her, but it really scared me. Years ago, my girlfriend and I were teachers, and in June of each year, we would take a group of children camping. We had a 12-person tent set up on our site, which was right next to a small lake. The site included a picnic table and fire ring. Part of the trip was telling campfire stories about Jersey Devil, since the campground was located in an area where there had been many sightings over the years. The kids enjoyed being scared, and they couldn't wait to return the following year. This was around the 5th annual trip that we had taken up to that point, and nothing really happened. On the last night after the stories, when the kids were safely asleep, my girlfriend and I sat by the campfire in the beach chairs. We had just brought a new puppy, and she was tied to a tent on a long lead so she could run around a bit. Now suddenly, the logs in the campfire collapsed and the light dimmed considerably. Our propane torch that was on the picnic table dimmed at the same time. It became virtually pitch black, and that's when the dog starts to growl. She was right next to me, and every hair on the back of my neck was stood up as she stared into the darkness. Suddenly, from out of the water comes a large figure about 20 yards away. At first I thought it was a person, but then it bent over and starts running on all fours. I could only see the outline of the thing, and the back end was higher than the front. It certainly wasn't a bear or dog or deer. It looked like something I've never seen before, and I was in no hurry to encounter it again. Now it trots away into the woods not far from our campsite. I jumped up and ran to my car and turned on the lights. The car lit up our campsite, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I tell my girlfriend to wake up the kids because we're leaving. She was the braver one and convinces me to stay, and we eventually calmed down and turned in for the night. I lay down by the tent, opening a large butter knife, and did not sleep until the sun came up. Nothing like this ever happened to me before or since, and I haven't been back camping there since the incident. My family moved from upstate New York to a small town near Brenderton, Florida. I moved with them. Their house is in a wildernessy neighborhood that hadn't existed there for too long. Native Americans used to occupy the land, from what we've heard. My room had a huge sliding glass door with no screens and was the only one in the house directly facing the view to the woods. Right when we moved in, I felt uneasy about being near the window, looking into the woods or having my blinds open. A few weeks after moving in, I started having what I think are night terrors. I would wake up screaming and think something was in my room trying to get me. I've never had this happen since, even as a child. It's freaky and unnerving for both me and my sleeping partner. I started hearing knocking on my window at night. Now at first I thought I was hearing things, but then I started getting really freaked out. I always ignored it, and never went up to the window, looked inside or opened it. My partner never heard this. He was always asleep and brushed me off as just hearing things, but I was adamant and kept my window locked and always looked out there. I then started hearing my neighborhood/friend next door knocking on the window at night, whispering my name, asking if I'm up and if I want to come out and smoke with her. I always said no and go back to sleep, asking her about this, and she said that she was never doing that and that I'm just getting increasingly freaked out. I started feeling very alone and powerless, wondering if I was going crazy. Now on one night, I put a lucky protective crystal on my window for protection. Now, I didn't know exactly what it done for protection, but when I woke up, the crystal was in the same spot, broken in half, looking like lightning struck it. I saw dark figures in my room a couple of times, but nothing ever happened. I would only see them and they would be gone, and it was always during the night time that I would actually see them when I was barely awake. I figured there were spirits in the home, so I did a couple of things to help mitigate that, like using salt, burning cedarwood, and spraying holy water on the walls. Our back porch was screened in and had a nice place to sit outside. I meditated a couple of times out there and heard all the wildlife and creatures outside. Now sometimes the noises would stop and it would just be silent like dead air. I would listen for anything and never hear anything except the occasional branch snapping. I would go inside after that. Now we had bobcats, raccoons, alligator and wild boar, so I think it's probably an animal. Luckily I moved back to upstate New York for personal and career reasons, so obviously nothing else happened for me. I visited my family around Halloween time about a year after moving. My sister and I stayed up watching Pet Sematary and started talking about creepy stuff. She turns to me and says, "Dad, did you say that you saw some kind of Slender Man thing in the woods?" And immediately, of course, I get really freaked out. I asked my dad about what he saw, and apparently there's a very tall creature, about 9 feet I guess, which is extremely skinny, almost as black as a black tree, moving abnormally fast through the woods in broad daylight. He did have laser eye surgery not too long ago, which could have been it, but he's never seen anything like it before or since. Now this isn't my own experience, but my mum's, and the reason she didn't let any of my siblings and I go camping. She had gone camping with her friends sometime in the 80s. It was the first time she'd ever gone and didn't know exactly what to do with camping really. The way she describes it is that her friends had chosen the most isolated place in the woods they could find, and they were drinking and whatnot. After partying until 1 in the morning, they decided to go in for the night, and my mum woke up and heard some noises. She said she shook her friend up, and she also heard the noises, but wasn't as scared. Her friend just assured her it was an animal and to go back to sleep, and she did. The following morning, they woke up to see large boot prints circling around their tent and campfire. The footprints come from the woods and left in the same direction. They couldn't trace it further because of foliage. They packed up and left that day, even though they're supposed to be there for a week. Apparently, they weren't the only ones out there, and a few other people had similar incidents over the next 2 years in the same area, yet nobody ever got caught. Now my grandpa and dad like to go fishing and hunting a lot. Now one night they decided to spend the night on the river in the Appalachian Mountains. It was really late and they said they heard these awful screams coming from the opposite side of the woods over the river, saying it was inhuman but not a mountain lion. My dad is a pretty good guy and has been out in the woods before and doesn't get scared easily, but in this moment he was frozen with fear until finally it stopped. He felt like whatever it was knew they were there and wasn't happy about it, and it will still give him goosebumps even if he just thinks about it now. So this happened back in 2006 or 7. Me and my family went to a park. We've gone there for probably about 20 years. Now it's quite a big one too, but still, one day we come across part of it where meadows usually continue, yet all of a sudden a part of the forest was there. We were at first wondering what happened, then shrugged it off and went down, going towards it, then went inside of it. It was pretty dark in there. For being an afternoon in the autumn, it's kind of weird. There was almost no wind. It was silent. There was a part where the light came through a bit. Now I looked around and looked on the ground, which is black. There's black soil and it just looks so surreal. Between most of the tree roots were old crimson red bricks. They all looked pretty weathered, and the forest was, at least from the looks of it, 100 years old, if not more. Well, we come to the rather strange part. Where we're standing looking around, we're wondering why we've never seen this forest before, which isn't too big. Then it got strange, pretty dim, almost no wind, and stuffy. It was like something was in the air. All of us had goosebumps, and I heard a voice which told me, "Get out now. Leave." I told them, and we went out of there as quick as we could. The next, when we come by this place, was probably a month later. Now we head over to the same area, and the forest is gone, literally like it was never there in the first place. The grass looks as though that there's no meadows, and that it's completely normal, like it truly never existed. To this day, me and my family wonder what actually happened. Now I was camping in the woods one weekend. When I got up in the morning, someone had made a cup of tea and partially drank it and left it next to my fire. I was solo camping, by the way. So let me describe how the woods are shaped. I was in the same woods that I've described before, the friendly woods. I talked about it in the past in other posts, but I need to share a bit about it. It's about half a mile long, with about 150 yards thick between some houses and a not very busy road. Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me there, but I've never had a weird experience until now. Anyway, I'll get into it. Over the last weekend, I wasn't in the forest as I had some work to do and was overall too busy to go out and spend some time alone in it. Last Monday, I walked into my little camp and I find it trashed. A makeshift camp I made was wrenched apart. A now-on signpost saying camp with my name was cast over 15 feet from the ground it stood in. The entire wall of the cabin was torn down, and some guidelines holding the tarp on the top of it were cut. There was no storm, which is really bizarre. Strange, I thought maybe some teenagers decided to do it. Now the damage wasn't anything I couldn't fix. Today I was splitting some wood and carving into pieces for a game I play with some of my friends, and I took a break and texted a friend of mine for a bit. We talk about the forest and I tell him that the forest I was in was not scary, but I feel safe there. Just as I press send, about 50 feet behind me, hidden behind a hill, I hear a horrifying scream. Not a fox, I've heard those before, not a human, but more like a woman being murdered with a car screeching to a halt. But not either of those. I turned around and grabbed a knife off my belt. It was strange. Just as I tell my friend that I'm not afraid, I hear a scream. I went out to Mount Palomar near San Diego with my girlfriend, 2 friends and their dog, a husky. One of my friends had seasonal jobs in National Park Service. He's very into the outdoors. He knew of a staging area that the utility company of the area had up there in case they needed to store equipment of any kind. To be honest though, I think the lot ultimately belongs to the Forest Service though, because they had a key to unlock the gate to the area so we could park our cars in there and camp for the night, looking at the stars, enjoying each other's company. We leave to go up there on a Friday evening with the sun still up, and arrive there as it's getting dark. We use 3 cars to get there, so we park them in a triangle formation and set up the tents in the middle area. Once we got that set up, we have some food, a few drinks, and start checking out the stars. I had brought a high-powered laser pointer with me which allowed us to specifically point out constellations in the sky. My friend in the park service utilizes the laser pointer and gives us some awesome 45-minute talk on various constellations in the sky. We're having a great time. At this point, my other friend's dog begins to act up. She only gets hostile with strangers, but the 4 of us had been recently accepted for her for quite a long time already, so this wasn't normal. We stopped and looked over towards what she's barking at, and we see a figure about 30 feet away, in all dark clothes standing there. It was a man who seemed to be a bit over 6 feet tall, but he was wearing lots of clothing. I couldn't make out a face or anything else to identify about him. We were then taken by a complete surprise that there was another person around us, but we called out and said, "Hey, what are you doing up there?" He responded by saying that he's been given a lift by the sheriff up to the top of the mountain and some of the other rangers, and was spending the night up here since he didn't have a car to get all the way back up here. That sounds bizarre, as if a sheriff or ranger would actually do something like that. Now my park service friend slipped me a knife just in case, because we're all on edge at this point. I sit in front of my girlfriend and mentioned for her to get in the car, and we started to get our things together. My friend with the dog was doing the talking and bluffing us up to the point of saying we're in the military and the other's a firefighter, which was both not true. We're fairly built, but he was trying to give this stranger reasons not to try his luck on us. We were certain he was not some drifter who had miraculously made his way up, because it just doesn't make sense. He said to us if he could spend the night with our group, but we say no. He then said, "Can we have a blanket?" And we also declined. He said that he'll probably end up staying somewhere over there and points towards some brushes, maybe 50 feet or so off. We said okay, we'll be here, and have a nice night, and he walks off. This was a time for all of us to discuss what we wanted to, in clear unison. We wanted to get the hell out of there. We all thought this stranger was completely lying. We started packing up our tents and other camping gear. My park service buddy wanted to go over to unlock the gate again, which was about 300 feet away. So it's me, my girlfriend, my buddy with the dog, and the dog. While he was unlocking the gate, the dog starts to act up again. She was huffing behind us again. We turned around and my friend shone a flashlight, and sure enough, here he is, approaching from an angle that certainly was different from the one he walked off in. He basically tried to sneak up from a different direction. My buddy caught him and spoke for a while, and I left our ring of cars and stood facing him. I honestly can't remember what my friend said at this point, because I thought that me and the dog were going to have to fight this guy off and stop him from doing whatever his intentions are. I have adrenaline pumping like never before. I was already doing whatever it took to protect my friends, but he ends up walking off again. We had another stretch of time to finish getting the remaining things together. At this point, it was getting things done as fast as possible. We were racing against the clock and an unknown evil. We didn't know what to do, but this man wanted to do something to us. I quickly jog over to my friend who's in the process of going to the gate, opening it up, and we have another encounter. We've packed up everything and I told him, "Go away ASAP." So we briskly walked back to the cars, fired them up and got out of the lot, closed the gate behind us, and we went to drive down for about 30 seconds or so to a closed general store, pull into the parking lot and dial 911. My friend was talking to the police. We learned that no sheriff had given anybody a ride up the mountain tonight, and there's no rangers too. Confirmed suspicious of the shady activity. The Olives said they'd send up whoever they had available to check it out, and that we should go. After that call, we did just that. We had to head down to the right to start working our way down the mountain on that road. We would pass underneath where we were set up at the staging area to camp. As we drove by that area, we saw a black car parked out in a turnout just below where we'd been earlier, and a man peering out the hood of the parked car towards us. There is a small amount of room for speculation, but who the hell else would have been there? It could only have been him. We ended up seeing that one of my friends got calls from the other two friends as they were driving down the mountain, confirming what they saw is the same as we did. It took us around 20 to 30 minutes to get down the mountain and park at a gas station next to a casino down here. but we hung out there for around an hour until it was 2 a.m. to relax and let our nerves settle. It was the most comforting time I've ever had to be in a populated area. Now, if we didn't have the dog to warn us, I don't know what kind of situation could have played out. None of us ever gone back there since, and just writing this again really makes my skin crawl. When I was a kid, like 12 or 13, I was camping with ventures. They're kind of like Boy Scouts, but no parental supervision. We're in a huge national park. I mean, a group of 7 of us, all about the same age of 12 to 15. We had a 4-night/5-day hike camp planned out, and the parents all knew our route and were expecting us back. All of us, despite being young, had multiple years of camping experience and been on between 3 or 15 camps. The trip started out pretty awesome. We made camp the first 2 nights at our desired sites, and it's beautiful out. And we got up to the typical fun that kids get up to. Third night, all 3 of our planned sites have people in them, and we end up setting up, maybe a little too close to a group of other campers. We set up our kitchen, make dinner, got a fire going, and then people started hanging out at our camp. Now, to re-explain our ages, the oldest is 15. Now, the group that's decided to mingle with us is early 20s or so, and it starts out really friendly. We're talking about camping and other things. We refuse the friendly offers to drink, and then the pushy ones get annoyed. And being as young as we are, we're less than tactful about asking to be left alone. Voices are raised, and they ended up leaving our site. Then we turned in for the night. I remembered hearing their drunken revelry as I fell asleep. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up to screaming and noticed my tent is being violently shook. I grabbed my flashlight, shoeless and disorientated, and took in the chaos. At least 10 fully grown adults were in our camp, breaking our tents, throwing stuff around and screaming. It ended up devolving into a fight, with me and 3 of the boys I went in with getting beaten badly. I don't remember how much of the assault went on before it ended, but apparently when things were dying down, they were saying super creepy stuff and threatening the girls. We packed up and left before the sun rose and walked the first couple of hours by flashlights. They'd stolen most of our food, our Coleman stove, and a lot of our things, and some of the girls' clothes too, which is really weird. So at this point, we're in the middle of our hike and still had another day or so ahead of us, and we had further sleepless nights in the woods before making it back. Now, this wasn't exactly creepy, but scared the life out of me. We were moving across the country from Massachusetts to the Midwest and ended up in one of the many dense forests in the Pennsylvania area to camp for the night. Anyways, we drove into the campground, which was a spiraling dirt road in the dark. We were camping in our 90s era pop-up camper, and we're caring for our dog and cat who are there with us. Now, we arrived to the actual campsite around 11 p.m. At first it started a light drizzle while we're setting up the camp. We luckily got the camper set up before it really dumps on us. It was the beginning of summer's wet season, where storms are often brutal, and brutal it was. Before we knew it, seemingly all the water in the world was upon us. Neither our pets or family of 5 actually were excited about the rain. Actually quite the opposite. And now there's thunder and lightning everywhere. Regardless, we're having fun with card games and such while the skies open up above. The storm seemed significantly worse. Driving up there, and my anxiety increases. The thunder got louder and louder, and lightning much closer. My father had an irrational fear of lightning and can't help worry. We began counting the miles using the thunder until the lightning was almost identically timed together. At this point, we're in the middle of the camper staying away from metal parts, which was currently being rocked by wind. The lightning becomes so frequent that we begin to have legitimate fears of being struck. All of a sudden, we smelled the strong odour of copper, and then the loudest thunder I've ever heard in my life, directly next to our flimsy shelter, splintering everything around it. After that, eventually the storm subsided, and we felt comfortable enough to go to sleep. In the morning, we left our camper to see severed tree limbs and discarded leaves, along with a tree not 10 feet from our camper that had been shattered. It's crazy how strong lightning is. I'm just glad we actually had the camper to take shelter in. I'm a long-haul truck driver, and I've seen plenty of supernatural stuff out on the interstate. Now, within the first few months of driving, IIRC was PA. My first couple years I was a night driver, so it was hard to see things sometimes. But the one in PA was me trying to follow a flatbedder who was hauling serious loads through the mountain. At one point, I started falling back because I can feel the van starting to lean. It wasn't long after I reached down to take a swig off my handy monster I had, and I look up, and there's a guy standing off the shoulder just outside the tree line wearing what appears to be some type of military uniform. It looked as though he's Revolutionary War era. He had a musket as well. As I approach, I can see him staring right at me. And then he starts walking back into the tree line, still looking at me. Before he manages to make it through the trees, he disappears, like literally vanishes into thin air. I had my windows down, and the air in the area gets real cold. After about a mile, it warmed up again, and I had a really sad feeling coming over me thereafter. Needless to say, I didn't stop for the rest of my trip. While driving in New Mexico, I've seen some things in the sky that I can't explain. Lights rapidly changing direction, taking off at blinding speeds, with no sound barriers being broken. I've seen lights hovering over the desert several miles off the interstate. Then it suddenly takes off, and the light cuts out. Various shapes and sizes from what I can make out. I know military aircraft pretty well, and some of them better than others. And I know that there's no military aircraft that can do that. Conventional aircraft can't possibly either. The most vivid one would be at an off-ramp in New Mexico. I stopped to use the bathroom and decided to turn into a 15-minute break. As I'm stargazing, admiring how clear the stars are, I saw what looked like a formation of lights in the shape of a triangle lifting up off the desert floor, then taking off into the sky. It kept on gaining altitude until it disappeared. I looked down at my watch and noticed it's not ticking, so I pull out my phone and it's off. I turn my phone on, and according to my phone, it's been 5 minutes since my watch stopped. It felt like something out of a film. Kent, Texas is another one. There's an old Chevron station, I think. Seems like FedEx drivers like stopping there in droves. I'm guessing it's a popular drop and hookup point for them or something. But one day I needed the bathroom, so I had to stop. I don't know why I didn't stop in the van horn, so I pull off and roll up to an empty parking lot across the street. Kent is an abandoned town. I walk up to the bush line and notice a makeshift fire pit. The wood is somewhat burnt, but not all the way. The weird thing is that there's an unscratched dollar bill stuck in the wood. For a second I was like, ooh, I think that's candy. But then this feeling suddenly come over me, so I left it alone, peed in the bush, and as I'm walking back, I look over and get a real negative feeling. I look to the ground in front of me and bam, there's a rattlesnake literally 2 feet from me. I stop dead in my tracks. It starts hissing at me and goes to lunge, but luckily hits a twig. I run as fast as I can back to my truck, feeling like someone's behind me. I kick up a lot of dust getting out of there and have never stopped in Kent since. In Missouri, I stopped off at a ramp to stretch out and take a breather. As I'm smoking a cigarette, a little girl from some direction I couldn't figure out where giggles and says, "Hi." "Hi, mister." My initial reaction was, what's a kid doing out here at this time? So I walk back and say hi. She responds with, "My mum says you'll be okay, don't worry." Now utterly confused, I ask her what she means, and she doesn't reply. Then suddenly, I feel like someone's standing next to me, but it doesn't feel negative or bad, just as though someone's right there with me. Since it didn't have a negative vibe to it, I just finished my cigarette and left. Later on down the road, I realised that I forgot to fuel up at my last stop when the warning light came on, so I scrambled to look at my GPS and find the nearest stop. I find one and set the course. As I roll into the truck stop, my truck starts stuttering, and I barely make it to the fuel line before the truck dies. It wasn't until fueling up that I realised what had happened to me at the last truck stop, and it was terrifying. I've seen drivers duke it out on some fuel lines many times. I've seen brawls happen in the back of truck stops, many rookies hitting each other's trucks by accident, you name it. The most memorable moment, however, was a fight when I was on a trip with a co-driver whose name I won't say. In Arizona, I stop at a truck stop between Flag State and the CA state line. After an eternity, I finally get fueled up on the fuel line. I fuel up and go inside, getting a drink and food. I come back and the sleeper curtain is open. No co-driver. Lonely half hour goes by and he comes out. That's cool. He can take his time because I'm not going to stop from here out. I put some trash in a couple of bags, putting it on the floor. It was mostly his trash from his shift prior. I can't stand having any in the cab. He opens the door and dumps bags on the ground, so I lit him up with all the fury I can muster. There's 2 garbage cans 10 feet away. I go put the bags in the trash cans and come back to the truck. As I'm doing my logbook, I look up and glance in the mirror. I can see 2 drivers flapping wings at each other. Oh, a fight. Let's watch. Suddenly, they go like baboons. Fists flying, but they're not landing. Then one of the drivers picks up the trash can and throws it at the other driver. The can hits him square in the face and blows open with paper towels going everywhere. Just like WWE apparently. So I get out and start walking back to watch. And apparently, every other driver on the fuel line had the same idea. The driver who got trash canned reaches into the storage compartment near him, pulling out a huge chain with a padlock on it, swinging furiously, and he's coming back and forth to the truck where the trash canner is. The other guy takes out the pump, going to his driver's side window, knocks a mirror off his truck, puts a huge dent in his fender. He then makes it back to the trash canner. The guy runs around the other side of the fuel pump. He then starts beating him with a bottle All this does is gets him wet and pisses him off even more now. Enough time rolls by, but they realise neither weapon of choice is doing any good. And in one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, they both stop, bear hug each other, then walk off. I walk inside to tell the lady there's a fire in the fuel line and she breaks out some kind of stick to break it up. But they're all good now. It's honestly the weirdest thing that I've ever seen. I'm a park ranger, and even when I'm off duty, I absolutely love to go camping. Now, this is something that had never changed and has been something I've really done for a long time. I used to go with one of my best friends, but we kind of become distant after he moved for college and I did. So often I'd end up going tenting alone and camping. Now, there was one particular trip that I went on that seemed perfectly normal. Now, I had to drive a good 3 or 4 hours to actually get to here, so it is a relatively long trip, I guess. At the time, my car didn't have a working radio, so it was relatively annoying. I mean, I could get it to work sometimes, but I'd literally have to hit the side until it come to life. Now, I didn't set off too late. I actually set off relatively early in the morning, and the drive up there was beautiful. I'd love to say I had music playing, but like I said, I didn't have any of that, so I just had the windows down, using the air to help keep me wake up. It's a technique I've deployed before when I felt extra tired. I drank all my coffee too, so I didn't have much else I could do. Now, when I start doing this, I realised that an absolutely massive bug has come into my truck, and I actually almost crashed into some trees just because it made me jump. This thing come a couple of inches from my face, and I promise you it was the last thing I expected. Luckily I managed to swipe it out of the window and end up doing up all the windows again. Now, on my drive the sun's just starting to rise and it's really beautiful. It's actually a little bit blinding really, and I have to put on my sunglasses and put down the thing on top that kind of covers the light. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean, where you can sort of store papers and stuff. I was actually quite hesitant to get this thing down on my truck because I was 100% convinced that a massive creature was going to come out like had come in the window earlier, but luckily nothing was there. So I continue on my drive, and I do realise that there's another truck behind me, not too far off. I haven't noticed it before, but something about it just seems a little weird. Originally I think it's actually one of my friends who has a similar one, but I realise this is different. Also, all of the windows are really tinted out. In fact, I don't think it was legal how tinted these windows were, but hey, I'm not an officer, I'm just going here to enjoy my trip. Now, my new friend of mine followed me for a good hour, and I do think it's pretty odd. I would every so often see another car or truck going past, but not that often, and especially none that were following me. I decided that I was going to park off at the side of the road to use the toilet. Now, I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit that, but I was relatively desperate and the coffee had kind of got to me and I drank a lot before, so I pull over quickly. I'm so desperate that I forget about the truck behind me and I run off into the woods. It's funny because I probably look like a madman, but hey, I was desperate. I'd gone quite far because I really didn't want anyone to see me, and I knew if anyone recognised me as being a ranger I'd probably get in a lot of trouble for it. It's extremely unlikely, but it's just something that ran through my mind. So I run off and alleviate myself. Just as I finish, there's a massive spider just next to my foot. I jump back and kind of kick some leaves in its direction and it scurries off. Thank God that thing didn't go up me when I was using the toilet, I think to myself, and kind of laugh. I then hurry back to my truck because I'm getting a little bit cold because the trees are actually blocking out some of the sunlight. I quickly adjust my rear view mirror to make sure I can see good when I'm driving, and I notice the truck has stopped again. It stopped just out of sight, but this is weird because it's been with me for at least an hour. Maybe they assumed it was a rest stop? I don't know. Pretty unrealistic. I decide I should start driving forward and just keep an eye on it. I'm glad to say that it eventually goes out of sight, and I continue on and I quickly forget about the truck. Now, there's a good chance that maybe they just decided that they were going to stop in the same place as me and presumed that was what you're allowed to do here, but I'm not so sure, to be honest. Something about it just seemed really off and odd. But anyway, I was happy that there was no weird bugs or insects around me at this point and I continue on my way. And that's the most important thing for me now. I continue driving and I still have a couple of hours left now. It's not too much further, but I was starting to get a bit bored, not having the radio on. I think maybe that was making me a little bit overcautious and overthinking everything, because when there's nothing there to distract you, I guess your mind can kind of run wild and get away from you. I continue and I eventually make it to the area that I love to go camping. Luckily enough for me, when I pull up I don't see another car in sight, which is absolutely gorgeous for me. I'm someone who likes being around people, but I suppose where I have to do it relatively often for my job, I appreciate having uninterrupted time within nature. Now, the area where I park my car is far away from a big flooded area. Well, it's not really flooded, it's from rainfall, but I do not want to fall in this because I know if I get wet out here, I'm going to have a nightmare trying to dry off my clothes, and I don't really have enough to not be in trouble if that happens. Quickly grab everything from out my truck and I make my way through the gate. I then continue and make my way over to the main path. There's some areas that I've camped in before around here, but I want to get away from people, so I decide to continue on. I had some really nice boots with me that I'd bought. They weren't ones I used while I was on the job, they're just ones that I found really comfortable. They're very lightweight too. I'm actually trying my best not to get them dirty, which is something I'm quite embarrassed to admit, because I know if some of my ranger friends had heard me admit that, they would probably give me endless grief for it, but I really like my shoes and wanted to keep them tidy. I have some camouflage pattern on too, which is something I always liked to wear when I went out into the woods. It sounds stupid, but I like the idea of being able to hide from animals and things if I really need it. But of course you're always going to get ones that can just smell you, but hey, it made me feel a little bit better. Now no, I didn't have a camouflage matching tent too, which would be really funny if I did, but I kind of wish I did, but I'll get to that later. Now I eventually make it to my camping spot, and I quickly get a fire going. I decide that I'm going to cook some food, and I want to collect as much firewood as I can so I don't have to do it in the following morning. Now everything's normal and I actually really enjoyed the first night. I remembered laying back on my sleeping bag, which I had just poking out of the tent. I was staring up at the stars, and for the first time in my life I saw a shooting star, which I thought was really cool. I jokingly made a wish to myself that I'd make it out of there in one piece, which I actually thought was really funny at the time. With my head rested on the side, I can hear some kind of rustling off in the trees around me. Now, I'm a little bit worried that it's some kind of animal, but I stop for a moment just to try and figure out what this is. The fire's gone out at that point, so I'm pretty sure they can't see me, unless it's just some of the burning embers that are going strong still from my fire. Now, I'm almost certain I can make out the sound of somebody calling out for help. What's really weird is it sounds like my brother. I know that's impossible though, because he's about 5 states over, and I'm certain he's not here with me. I think maybe it's some form of delirium and my mind playing tricks on me, and I decide that I should probably get some sleep, and I needed the rest. I guess I'm kind of freaked out from what happened earlier still and haven't realised it, and maybe my mind's just playing tricks on me. I really need the sleep. I get into the tent and I try and convince myself that this is an owl. But every so often I just faintly hear it, almost like it's perfectly in place for me to hear my brother calling out for help just as I'm about to sleep. Yeah, that's it. It must be my mind, I tell myself. You're half fading in and out of consciousness, just get some rest. I eventually manage to sleep, I wake up the next day and I feel absolutely terrible. I have a really bad headache and I really struggle to get out of bed. I start to question whether it was something I've eaten or drinking, but everything seems to be fine. I actually go and smell my food to make sure that it's not gone off, but everything's fine. I think this is quite bizarre and I think, oh, maybe I'm a bit unwell and I should probably head back soon. I decide the best thing to do now is not to pay too much attention to it and just to head on. I think if I'm really unwell, I can always head back sooner, and I'm happy to do so. I then start on my journey once again. Now, for this part of my trip, I'm going to do some fishing, which is something I love, so I'm quite excited for this. I have all my bait and everything with me and a fishing rod, so I head off. I make it over to the area that I like to do fishing in, and I cast my reel. I fumbly knocked over my bait and I'm quite annoyed because all of the little maggots and things are now swimming in the water, and I'm not going to be able to get them back easily. I could say, I guess it's no fishing now. I ended up waiting for a good few hours, but unfortunately there was no fish for me to catch that day. I jokingly say, well, you're going to enjoy this food I've left there for your fish. I then turn to leave and start gathering up my stuff, and I can hear somebody scream, "No you're not," just off in the distance, just out of earshot. I pause for a moment. I'm convinced the fish aren't talking to me, but I'm not certain now. Maybe I'm really unwell and I'm starting to hallucinate and imagine things that aren't actually there. I then laugh and say, say it again. I didn't realise anyone else was here, and I'm met with complete silence. Now I think this is extremely odd because I clear as day heard somebody respond to what I just said, but the thing that really gets to me is the distance. I didn't say my part very loud, but they said theirs very far away, so how could they have possibly heard me? It doesn't make sense. I go to turn around and I can faintly see the embers from a fire just off in the distance, with another not too far off to the side of me. I realise maybe I've intruded upon someone else's site and decide to leave quickly. I don't want to mess with whoever's here, and they seem a little bit weird, I decide, and I head back to the camp. Now it was relatively dark when I started to head back, and I have a horrible feeling that something bad's about to happen, but being a ranger, I convince myself it's nothing and just to calm down and stop being silly. When I'm making my way back, however, there's something I realise that's just odd. I can still see the faint glow of embers near the water, but I don't smell any fire, and I definitely don't see any smoke. And surely if somebody was there recently, I would have realised that there would have been some sign. I was too scared, honestly, to investigate further at the time, but I know that I have to make it back to my campsite now to be within relative safety. I'm annoyed at myself for knocking over all the bait in the water too, and decide just to get home, make some nice food and call it a night in my tent. I go over there to do that, and I just put all my things down and everything seems to be back to normal as it was. But it isn't exactly. Some of my things have definitely been moved, and I'm actually seriously questioning whether I'm very unwell and haven't realised it. I mean, waking up and feeling terrible, knocking over the bait so clumsily, and not realising where my things are when I've returned. I put all of this down to food poisoning, or something I've drank that I definitely shouldn't have, and that I need to cut the trip early. I say yeah, just make the trip early, and I decide just to tuck into some of my favourite food earlier than I was supposed to, because I know I'm going to be going back the next morning. Now I make it back into my tent, and I stayed up for what must have been 2 or 3 hours, trying to listen to make sure that there was nobody around me at the time. I can't hear anyone, and that's when I remembered it again. Why did I hear my brother calling out my name? I must be really unwell now. And I slowly start drifting in and out of consciousness, but somehow I'm just about able to keep myself awake when I hear it. Screams for help once again, this time closer. Now, it's not in my brother's voice this time. I don't actually recognize the voice, but it sounds very real. I wait for a few moments to try and listen, and I'm met with silence again. I really think that my mind's going now, but I know this was real. I decide to slowly unzip my tent, grabbing my knife. I took my head out of the tent cautiously, and I'm met once again with nothing. I'm now extremely annoyed because there's either someone in danger that I'm not helping, or I'm imagining all of it. And I decide that I have to investigate. I quickly put on my warmer clothes and head out. What's worse is, I don't really have much charge on my flashlight. I have to use it very sparingly and only in flashes, but the problem is my eyes aren't really adjusting to the darkness and I can't rely on my light source, so I have to keep this in mind. I decide I'm going to use a technique that we've been taught in Ranger School. I'm going to circle around the perimeter of my tent and make my way back again. I do have quite a good idea of my bearings, and I guess it's from being a ranger that really helped me out with that. So I head out in one direction and make my start. Now initially everything seems normal. I make it about 100 yards away from where my tent is, and I turn back and realise that I may have not put out the fire as well as I thought I had. I realise that I can still see a red glow coming from just off to the side of my tent. Just as I turn back to make sure I put it out correctly, it goes off suddenly. I think this is really bizarre, but I don't think much of it and continue my search. There's either somebody out here on drugs, or somebody who's really needing help and is in danger and might be injured. Maybe they've been out here for weeks, who knows, and I might be their only way to safety. I decide that I have to figure out what this is, and I continue the search. The thing is, I don't find anything until suddenly, help, right next to me. I'm convinced it's a person now because it's at head height, and I turn around and I can see it's something just behind the tree. I think this is pretty weird because why can't I see this person? The tree is very small, but I can hear this. I can hear help once again. I then get closer to the tree and I realise that there's a speaker taped to the side of it. I think this is really weird. In my frustration of something scaring me so much, I ended up punching it and breaking it. I didn't hear the cry for help again. I think this is really odd, thinking maybe some stupid hunters put it out here, thinking it's going to attract some kind of weird god knows what, and I shouldn't have stumbled upon it. I decide that I should really get back and maybe get some sleep now. Now I'm absolutely exhausted by this point, and I know hiking back's an option, but it's gonna be virtually impossible because how far I have to go. I decide the best thing I can do at this point is pick up all of my belongings and set up camp somewhere else. So I go back to my tent. I'm very cautious to make sure no one else is around me, and I gather my things. It takes me a good 20 minutes to put everything away, and the whole time I have my knife in my pocket where I can very easily grab it and get anyone if I need to. Now I try and act very confident, portraying the fact that I'm not scared, but really I feel terrified. The weirdest thing is I'm not convinced whether this is anybody actually out here or not at this point. I'm pretty certain it's my mind playing tricks on me because of something I've eaten or drank, so I'm not too worried if that makes sense. I get all of my things together and I head off. I only go for about 20 minutes or so because I'm not really sure what direction I'm heading in. Once finding a really good spot, I set my tent up and settle in for the night, and I must have passed out. I wake up in a dream where everything's a very warm colour and it seems to be daylight. It's almost like just as the sun has started to come up and everything's very beautiful and you feel very warm. I realise it must be daylight now and I force myself to wake up. I go to touch part of my tent and it's extremely warm. I think this is odd, but luckily I can get out another way and I quickly do that. And I'm blinded. Literally, it's like staring at the sun for a second and I turn around, and suddenly I smell smoke. Now my brain suddenly kicks to life. Something's off here. I quickly worm my way out of the tent, and I realise now that it's not daylight, it's nightfall, it's still the same night, and my tent is on fire, and some of my belongings around me. I look, and everything I own virtually is on fire, and my tent is starting to collapse. I think this is a dream, and I wipe my eyes frantically, but it isn't. I reach down for my knife quickly. I scream out, "Hey, who is this, and what are you doing to me?" Still not entirely sure if it was an accident or not, but then I realise there's no fire here. I left my original campsite. I realise now that something has set fire to my tent while I was sleeping, and if I hadn't have woke up when I did, I wouldn't be here now. I would be literally starting to set on fire, slowly trapped in my tent. I want to say I was brave, and I wait to find whoever this sick person or whatever this thing was to get them with the knife, but I wasn't. I ran. I ran for my life. I turn around quickly and continue in the direction that I would have went if I continued hiking for a good spot. I didn't care where I was going, I just had to get out of here. I can't hear anything else behind me, luckily. Just the sounds of the fire behind me. The thing that's worse is the fire is actually spreading now, and I'm quite worried there's going to be a big forest fire. There's enough dry leaves to set up half of this place, but that's a later issue. I continue going, constantly glancing back, and realising that I must have covered some distance because the fire is getting more and more distant from my view. Eventually I've slowed down a bit and just start climbing up a hill. I take one last look back at the campsite, the last I'll ever see of my tent, and I can just about make out a figure next to the fire, standing there, certainly staring in my direction. That was more than enough for me to know that this wasn't just in my mind. This was all very real, and it wasn't an accident that I caused. I turn round and I hike for another good 40 minutes in the cold night air, with the moonlight as my only guidance. Being a ranger, I have a very good idea of where I'm going, luckily, and I managed to make it back to an area that I know quite well. I loop round back onto the small path that's going to lead me back to my car. This is when I break out into a sprint again when I can see my truck. I quickly get in and, almost on autopilot, get it into reverse. Now my adrenaline must have been going really strong because I actually can't remember turning the keys to the ignition, just the engine coming to life. Again, I don't remember driving down the road, but I drove for another 45 minutes until I make it to a local town. I immediately pull over into a bar because it's one of the only places that is still open now. I walk in and demand to use the phone. I don't even explain what's happened. They must have been able to see that something was wrong because they handed me the phone without asking anything. I quickly called the fire department and alert them that there might be a forest fire, and then I called the police and explained what's happened, and I also called into the ranger station that I worked at just to explain that I wouldn't be coming into work for the next few days because something that happened. Now at first they thought I was drunk because there's a music in the background, but something about my tone told them otherwise. I was eventually able to meet up with the police a few minutes later and explain exactly what happened. They told me that they were going to send out a squad to investigate. A few moments later, I heard a fire truck screaming past too. Someone offered me a beer, but I declined because I wanted to make sure I was 100% sure of what had happened as I made the police report. I went over to the truck and explained everything that happened and said, "Can I please just sleep now? I don't want to investigate this. I don't want to know anything else," and they gave me their number so I can call back the following day. Nicely, they even offered to drive me over to a local motel where they paid for me to spend the night, which I greatly appreciated. I made it into bed and completely passed out and woke up 12 hours later. This time I wasn't in danger, and the light I could see around me was real, and I felt completely safe this time, and thank God for that. I called back the number again, and the police informed me that they're still doing a continuing investigation and they can only tell me what they found from that first night. They said they had a good search and thankfully there was no big fire. It had already gone out by the time they got there, but there was still a good 50 or so square meters of scorched earth. They looked as hard as they possibly could for any signs of life or people out there that could have caused this, but all they found was a burnt out tape recorder just next to a tree that was burnt down. I then explained that I had actually heard voices on the tape recorder and they said thank you for the information but of course this was completely burnt now and virtually useless for their case. I'm still waiting for updates, but I'll let your imagination figure out what happened. I'm convinced, absolutely convinced, that somebody was hunting me and was looking for a murder victim that day, and they'd been stalking me from the truck, probably looking for someone they thought was innocent and an easy target to get out in the woods, but they probably didn't realize they were messing with a ranger, someone who knew that wilderness very well, and was able to use techniques to stay completely calm even though everything around them was going wrong. Now, I've been sitting on this story for many years now, and it might not be as creepy as some of them on here, but it's really creepy to me. Now, my aunt owned a large piece of land, literally over 100 acres in northwest Connecticut for many years now. Her property is located in a state park that is mostly uninhabited and only frequented by backpackers. Her land is well off any main roads, and you have to drive through quite a lot of forest to reach her home. She bought the land and remodeled the old house that was already built on it, so it was more livable. And going up to visit her has always been my favourite thing to do. I've been going very early since I was actually a baby and spent countless hours exploring the woods, creeks and land around the house. We'll call it the farm, although it's not really a true one as there's not any agriculture or livestock there. My auntie does have some rescued miniature horses, alpacas, donkeys and other animals like ducks. Well, back in the day really. Now the animals are on par with some of the best protected in the area, and they're very happy and have a great life there. They're actually quite chubby really. Now the rest of the farm is untouched woodlands. In the early 2000s, she decided to install a 12-feet fencing around the property, although it only encloses about 80 acres of land she owns. She explained to me that she couldn't stand the sound of the coyotes howling right outside her window at night, and that she had some creepy encounters while living out here. She did not go into details of these since I was a young child. She lives alone though, so I understand why she wanted a sense of security living so deep in the woods. We are originally from the Bayous of Louisiana, so being in this type of environment was new to all of us. Anyway, despite being initially unfamiliar with the land, I eventually learned to navigate the area very well as a child. I had a few favourite spots, and one was up a small foothill in the deepest part of the woods. I would go up every so often that eventually a small path was established in the brush, and I would bring my cousins with me to show them my little oasis. Now this is in 2008 when I was about 10 years old. I took a summer trip to my aunt's and brought my best friend Alex with me. She and I often took trips here together during our childhood, and this was not her first time accompanying me to the farm. I remembered that we were in the woods at my favourite spot sitting together listening to Katy Perry playing Doodle Jump on a new iPad Touches. This makes me laugh, but we were just trying to enjoy some nature while getting a feel of our new tech, I guess. We were there for a while enjoying ourselves and talking about random kid stuff when there was a shift in the air, almost like a suffocating stillness and silence settling upon the woods. I paused the music and looked to Alex, who was already staring at me with a concerned expression on her face. We stayed still and silent for a minute, tilting our heads to listen to the woods and search out any unfamiliar sounds that normally would bellow out throughout the farm and night, but there were no birds, no summer bugs, and the trees almost seemed to be frozen in place, as if it was like winds that would usually rustle amongst us was completely vacant. It was a horrible, vulnerable feeling that Alex could feel too. Then began the sound of footsteps coming from even deeper in the woods. It took a moment for me to determine what the sound is, but the distinct rhythm of weight being picked up and down on the leaves is impossible not to realize. It was very heavy sounding and was coming up towards us from a steep slope down the side of the mountain and foothill. I remembered thinking it was impossible for a human to move so easily through that part of the woods since it was very thick, with fallen branches and trees, even making it hard for an agile, slim child to navigate. I mean, let alone an adult. It felt as though the woods laid still, and we're waiting for the footsteps to come even closer. "Do you hear that, Alex?" I whispered, and she nods. "It sounds like footsteps," I continue, and she nods again. Looking like she was about to burst into tears, I took her hand and began running down the makeshift path with her, trying not to fall apart or let her lag behind me. We did not stop until we reached the house. I don't think we told anyone that day because we were just too shaken up to even comprehend what might have been out there. The next day, I said to Alex if she would go back to the spot with me. She was very hesitant but eventually agreed and said we could go back to look for other signs of humans. We made our way back, nervous but determined to discover what had invaded our little sanctuary. We reached the spot. I looked down towards the direction that we heard the footsteps. I think I even slid down a bit to investigate the plausible indentations in the brush and leaves. Now initially I can't really see anything there. I didn't go too far because I was about to lose my nerve, and I hadn't noticed much anyway, so I decided to climb back up to where Alex was waiting for me very nervously. We decided that it must have been some kind of animal or deer, despite every logical explanation indicating otherwise. I knew what deer sounded like, and that wasn't a deer, but I wanted to forget and just have fun again. We took out our iPods and began the same ritual of relaxing and playing games while chatting about nonsense. It seemed like everything went back to normal really, or relatively, so we quickly forgot about the terrifying experience and let our native childlike wonder take over. After a little while, the stillness returned. It happened so quickly that we almost forgot about what happened before. However, this time, the footsteps started almost instantly, seeming like it was a moment we forgot about them before. Now, this was really weird because maybe if it was an isolated event, we couldn't have questioned it too much, but now we're absolutely certain that this was real. Now, the best way I can explain the sound and the location is similar to a spot that we went to the day before, but somewhat more to the right of where the forest was, and it's very dark, and the incline to reach us is less steep. I didn't wait too long to run, but it was long enough to realize that the sound was fast and closer, definitely not a deer or bear. I did not look into the woods too closely because I wanted to get the hell out of there, and I was scared to see whatever it was. I knew it was close enough that it would be upon us at any moment if we didn't flee, so without a word, Alex and I took off and ran as fast as humanly possible out of the woods. It is not a super exciting experience, but really bizarre. I've actually since moved out, but I've never been able to forget this experience. I seriously don't have a clue what this possibly could have been. I doubt it was a person, so I'm really not sure what this was. A few years ago, my friend Tez and I set out on the Great American Road Trip. We were going to drive from New York to LA, zigzagging through the country for 6 weeks. Now we're both in our early 20s and pretty broke, and my mum had a long haul truck and suggested that I saved a ton of money and we could actually sleep in the back of the hatchback. Now, it was pretty cozy as a setup. We brought some blankets and sheets at Goodwill and cut one of them up to make curtains. Now, by the end of the week, we gotten so ready that we can really set up a camp in about 10 minutes. Luggage moved out to the front, curtains up, bedding down and ready for the night. Now, we slept in parking lots, free campsites, rest areas, basically anywhere it seemed safe and semi-legal. There was never a night after the first night where we felt scared until the last week of the trip in Arizona. We were near Flagstaff and we had gotten pretty used to our routine. We didn't go on a set schedule and would never drive more than a few hours. No destination really in mind, outside a few must-see landmarks. We'd drive to places we found the night before on Google and take suggestions from other campers, locals, and people we'd met. We'd also gotten very good at making friends. We went to Denny's with a group of rednecks we met at a campsite in the back of their pickup because I got hungry and overheard them saying that they were going to go. We met an 80-year-old cowboy who took us out drinking and taught us how to line dance at a country bar. Now, we played the guitar with some musicians in the middle of a thunderstorm, got fed up really and decided that we're going to go hang out with some other people we met. We spent the 4th of July with a family who basically adopted us into their campsite. Basically, every encounter we had with a stranger was really a positive one. This night didn't appear to be any different. We found a free campsite on Google and drove into the woods, following our GPS. We were pretty far out of town and something seemed a little off when we pulled up to the campsite. There was one RV parked and 2 cars further up in the trees. We pulled up near the RV and a man opened the door who said hello, and he just stared. Now his expression was completely blank. Then, as if she hadn't said anything, he just slowly closed the window again and stared at us the entire time. Figuring out that he wants some privacy and maybe we're being obnoxious, we pulled further down the road and found a flat spot to park the car. Instead of our usual routine of setting up camp immediately while it was still light out, we goofed around for a while and just had fun. Now my friend pointed out a campfire further down the campsite and we decided to go and be friendly. We'd met so many cool people from the previous few weeks that we actually wanted to go and chat and wander over. Now near the campfire were 2 men, the owners of the car we'd seen earlier. They seemed friendly and sat down to chat. They were drinking and smoking and we sat down and had a beer with them. One of the men seemed really off, and we came out feeling that something was completely off and that maybe 2 of the men didn't actually know each other and the older man was definitely on some kind of drugs. He was spinning in circles and talking about UFOs. However, he seemed harmless. This left us chatting with the younger man, who kept claiming to be a former park ranger. He was handsome and easygoing and spent several hours just chatting about our trip, everything, and then started talking about the bear. He'd seen a bear earlier in the forest. Now we don't really believe him, and he pulls out his camera to show photos of it. It was very close to the campsite, and we're both a bit freaked out. It wasn't unheard of for one of us to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, so the idea of a bear being there scared us. Now as we said that, the ranger laughed and his expression changes. It's hard to describe, but his voice seemed somehow cold. He said, "If you get out of your car in the middle of the night, it's not the bears you need to be scared of." I kept waiting for the laugh, but it never come. I laughed awkwardly and made a dumb joke about serial killers in the woods, and my friend laughed as well and joked about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We moved on to another subject, but within 5 minutes the ranger who come back to it and was talking about something grabbing us out from the middle of the night in the car. No matter how we steered the conversation away from serial killers, he kept latching on. The older man was high as a kite at this point and was staring at the stars and not talking. We'd just awkwardly laugh or sip our beer and tried to get the conversation elsewhere. Then the ranger stood up and walked towards the cooler to get another beer. At this point it's pitch black out. I can't see anything outside of the circle of light from the campfire. The beer cooler was outside of that circle. Suddenly, there's a red dot in the darkness, and it took a moment for me to realize that it's a camera. The ranger's holding a camera. He's taken a photo of us. I could see the screen on the digital camera light up. Now, it wasn't odd for people that we've met to take pictures with us. My friend is gorgeous with dark hair, blue eyes, like a young Megan Fox, and we're friendly. People like having pictures of themselves too. But it was an entirely strange thing to have this person taking photos of us without asking, or even any indication of what was about to happen. We were both staring at him like deer in headlights at this point, but instead of realizing what he's doing is weird, he suddenly checks his camera, adjusts some things, and takes another, with no flash, no asking us to smile or anything, and no explanation. At this point, he comes back and sits down with us, not saying a word about the photo. At this point, me and my friend are very freaked out. We make some rubbish excuses that we need to set up our campsite and nope the hell out of there. When we both start to leave, the UFO guy smiles and says have a good night. Ranger, however, looks at us with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes and says, "Be careful out there. There's more than bears in the woods." Now at this point, every hair on my body stood on end. I wasn't alone in my discomfort either because my friend laughed a response and pulled away with me quickly towards the car. We rushed back to the car, which we only found in the dark by referencing the RV, and jump in the front seat, so my friend is almost hyperventilating. Why did he take a picture of us? I read that serial killers sometimes warn their victims. She stared at me for a second and locks the car doors. Do you think he just took pictures of us? Now we're both really freaked out and she's in complete panic and quickly turns on the headlights. I immediately yell at her to turn them off because he's gonna know exactly where our car is. God knows why, but this is the only night that we'd not set up our camp. We didn't need to tear anything down, so we just get in the car and floor it out of there. And as we got onto the dirt road, the ranger was walking towards our car with that same expression. I hope I never see him again. I had a really weird experience in the Conakry National Park outside of Colombia last winter that brought me to this sub. Now I live in Colombia SC and frequented CMP, so I'm familiar with the area. I often jump the fence and walk the boardwalk at night. It's very peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. Now, they never have a ranger or guard here after hours, so I always go alone. The last time I did this was in October 21. I was taking my usual stroll with the flashlight in hand. I should mention again that between the insects and frogs, the sound is loud, but then it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife call me from the trail ahead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water sloshing to my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up as being tired and kept it moving. The wildlife started up shortly thereafter, and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed that it got eerily quiet again, and I heard the swamp water slosh in to my left. This time, however, it was more deliberate, like somebody walking almost. I was in a thick proportion, and I couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me, and then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me and was out of town. Certainly moving through a swamp at 1 AM was not an option for her. I saw what looked to be a human silhouette for a split second, but it was aft, very pale and skinny, and taller than me at 6 feet. I noped out of there and ran almost the entire 2 miles back to the truck, and didn't slow down again until I could hear wildlife once more. Like I said, this boardwalk is just in the swamps. Nobody's walking around the water at night without a light, or even, I don't know, any kind of animal that big shouldn't really be there. I feel that I should add that I wasn't necessarily in sleep deprived mode, and I wasn't high or anything. I just liked the woods at night. I was so freaked by this that I had to share my story. I'm really convinced that what I encountered that day was actually a skinwalker or wendigo, or something that can actually mimic voices. There's no way some meth head was stumbling through the forest and swamps miles from civilization and sounds exactly like my wife. My girlfriend at the time and I went camping 5 hours away from her birthday/our anniversary. We made the trip the day after a big storm passed through. We left town early and got there in the early afternoon. The guy at the entrance of the campgrounds mentioned there was no one else there, and we're like, oh, this is going to be sick. First we drove down these long pathways to get to our designated spot. As you got closer to it, the long road narrowed, so basically you had to back out to get out. We unloaded the car, got the tent set up, and decided to go walk around the woods. It was dead silent, but it was still bright out, so we all took in the nature and walked a few miles away. We reached this point in the woods where there were some weird looking white cabins. They're very uniform, all built exactly the same way, like I guess they were a part of a camping grounds, but they seemed way out of the way and there was no signs of life there. I felt eerie really to look at it, like we shouldn't be there. So we turned around and walked back. We took a breath and just relaxed for a while and stare at the fire pit. Unfortunately, neither of us have been camping before, so we don't know how to start a fire. But luckily, we have some of those self-lighting logs from Walmart. I didn't know they existed, that's really cool. And some lighter fluid. But everything else around us was soaked to the bone from the rain that had passed the day before. We knew we needed some kind of kindling, but any dry sticks were few and far between, and nowhere to be found. Eventually, we got a small fire going and ate hot dogs and marshmallows and spent some time stargazing. Then we noticed how dark it was. My girlfriend was easily spooked and was like, "Can we get into the tent now?" So we put out the fire and crawled into the tent. We're talking to each other, but I could tell she was tense. And suddenly she goes, "Shh, do you hear that?" Before I could respond, I hear what appears to be footsteps, like heavy ones, and a group of people walking. I whisper to her, "It's probably animals," but she says, "No, it can't be animals. What animal sounds like that?" We then sat and stared at each other in the dark for what felt like an eternity, and we hear mumbling that gets loud along with the footsteps. Now it continues until it's right outside of our tent. We both froze. I don't think either of us were breathing, and then silence. We waited and waited, and I'm still not sure how much time actually passed, and eventually my girlfriend said, "We have to get to your car." The adrenaline was pumping now, so I peeled out of the tent into the darkness and told her to stay behind. We then literally ran into the car. I locked the doors and she was like, "What was that? We can't stay here." They said no one was out here but us. What was that? I kept looking around for signs of life, but there was seemingly none. I looked at her and said, "Okay, I'm gonna grab our stuff, you stay here." Now we only have our ice chest and our tent out. I hopped out, ran, grabbed everything, tossing it into the back seat. I'm just about to go for the tent and I hear footsteps closing in. In absolute terror, I yanked the tent out of the ground, wrapped the tarp around it and slung it over my shoulder like some panicked Santa Claus and shoved it into the trunk. I didn't say anything when I got into the car and said, "Do we have everything in here?" And my girlfriend said yeah and floored it in reverse. Then we came to a fork in the road that went in like 6 different directions. I asked my girlfriend if she remembered what path we come down to get here, and she told me she didn't know. We chose a random one and ended up in a different camping spot. I cursed under my breath and slammed it into reverse again. Then I noticed from the angle that we exited that I could see the main path back to the gate. thanks to a small tie-in behind an overgrown bush. As we hightailed it out of there, I noticed there was a single small green light out in the woods near where our tent was. We drove the entire 5 hours back to our hometown and fell asleep on my girlfriend's parents' couch at 4 a.m. We never spoke about the trip again, and I haven't desired to camp since, as you could imagine. Last summer, a good friend and I embarked on a backpacking trip through the White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire. As fairly experienced day hikers, we felt comfortable in the Whites with our inaugural overnight trip. While planning, my buddy Ellis figured we could hike to a backcountry campsite to make our first wilderness night a little more fun. I wasn't going to disagree. Beautiful views, historic trails, and protected night in the Dry River wilderness. I was stoked, to say the least. Before any hiking trip I do, a little internet search on the trails or shelters I'll be coming across. Throughout the mid-1900s, there were a series of these lean-to-ups, and down the Dry River wilderness meant for backpackers or thru hikers really looking to escape the crowds in more populated areas of the forest. Though as time went on, the Forest Service had other more pressing matters. Many of these shelters were dismantled, except Dry River Shelter 3, the last remaining shelter in the wilderness. On the morning of our hike, I met Ellis at the trail at the head and we set off. The sky was overcast, bringing with it a dense fog through the trees. The weather left us with nearly no visibility, so there went our stunning views. At least the trail consisted of prime, technical New England rock, scrambling alongside the river. Ellis and I made it up the Presidential Ridge, stopping by the lakes of clouds. The hut was filled with day hikers, backpackers, and thru hikers all socializing together. We were even more rewarded with some sun, and a brief glimpse of the Dry River Valley on the summit of Mount Monroe, before the fog rolled back in. With dwindling views and a stiff wind, Ellis and I hustled below tree line, down to the river Shelter 3, our home for the night. Once we dropped off the ridge into the valley, we entered the wilderness zone where the rangers patrolled sparingly. Time to really be alone in the wild. As we trek into the wilderness, all signs of civilization disappeared and the trail was densely overgrown. Although it had been raining all week, there were no footprints in the mud either. At least we'd have some relaxing isolation, I guess. After about an hour or so of descending, Ellis spotted the lean-to just as our legs were asking for relief. I look up and there's this gorgeous old timber structure with a well-used fire pit alongside a cold mountain river. Pristine camping. As we settled in and explored the site, I found a small, bound notebook nestled into the corner of the structure. On the cover someone wrote, Dry River Shelter number 3. Out of curiosity, I opened it, but found nothing more than a lone man's name scribbled onto the first page and a date. Just your standard log camping log. Oddly though, the man signed the book the previous day. We saw no footprints or signs of human life or animal disturbances on the trail here at the shelter. Rain can wash away tracks, but not all signs of animal life. Something felt off to me. I showed it to Ellis, who found it curious but nothing more than the sign of a single man. He convinced me that he's probably a hiking veteran and a professional at LNT. I bought into Ellis's thoughts on the situation and my mind eases now. At the sunset, we started a roaring fire alongside the riverbank. Ellis commented on how quiet the location was, having not seen another soul beyond the chirp of birds since leaving Crawford Path. The silence is eerie, but we figure that it's just civilization that's desensitized us to the world that we're actually in now. The sun was setting, and we grew tired with darkness. Ellis took the lean-to, and I spent the night in my tent. Sleep came quickly after hiking 8 miles with 20 pounds on my back, but it doesn't last long. A brutally sharp snapping noise awoke in me. The only thing I could compare it to would be a 2x4 smashing into a tree. I think, oh god, a bear's come to search our food, and that's 50 yards away. But nothing out of the ordinary for New Hampshire. Sleep took over once again, and I remembered waking up to the sun rising over the peaks. How can you sleep with a bear there? I stumbled out of my tent to see Ellis also waking up slowly. As we made our morning oats and coffee, I wander around the site again to see if I can find the marks a bear's left. Instead, I noticed something odd. The small notebook is open. I swear I put it back where I found it. Closed and in the back corner of the shelter, not open on the floor. Hey, Ellis. Were you checking out this camp log last night? Nah, I passed out, man. It's not like there's anything to read anyway, he responded. You sure? I commented as I bent over to pick it up. The lone hiker's name was not so lonely now. At least 20 more names have filled the pages. The lone traveller, whose name was originally on the first page, could now be found several pages deep into the notebook. I tossed it to Ellis, whose face instantly dropped when he sees all of the names on it. Great. Now I know it's not just dehydration or delusion from the previous day. Dude, we must have seen that thing last night. There's no freaking way we missed all these names. How could we? This is when I began to tell Ellis about the snapping noise during the night. I received nothing other than instant denial. These sounds were not the results of some hooligans or backward crazies following us. Ellis was convinced. It wasn't a bear either. Ellis led us out of the site and we instantly made our way back. A year has passed since then, and I'm still not quite sure what happened on our night at the Dry River Shelter 3. The memory of seeing a single name written on the front page is so clear in my mind now, I could not have mistaken it in. Could I have made the noises? Obviously not. I was asleep and they're further away. Ellis was asleep too. I would have seen him. I don't like to think it was paranormal, but it really begs the question. All logical explanations have went out the window, and of course a bear didn't write in there. It just terrifies me thinking of it now. I'm a 17-year-old high school guy with a weak body. I live in a small town in the Philadelphians, and this town is surrounded by rice fields, with a highway going straight across it. Part of my usual weekend routine is to go jogging early in the morning. This is at some time around 5 AM. My usual jogging route is from my house, somewhere in the middle of town, to a small hill with a wonderful view of town in the morning. To reach my destination, I would have to jog on the side of the highway. From time to time, fog would appear on the highway, and once you're inside, you can only see 10 or 15 feet before it all goes white. So one Saturday, I decide to jog. I invite one of my friends, the same age as me, to join me, since he follows the same route anyway. We left home at 5 AM, proceed to the highway. As usual, a thick fog blanketed the highway. The cars that would pass by had their lights on, and there were several one-ways because of road repairs. As we enter the fog, we decide to jog along the side of the road, past a couple of roadworks, about 100 meters along each. Now all's well at this point. We're a bit exhausted, but otherwise fine. We barely encountered anyone else, and usually they're just fellow joggers. Then we come across another roadwork, and we saw this guy crouched down on the asphalt. He was wearing a dirty orange vest, and he had a similarly dirty hard hat on. We can't really see his face, but decide just to ignore it. He looks as though he's fidgeting with something in his hands, so we thought he was just holding a few tools or something. Also, there was no one there but us, me, my friend and that guy. The fog's thick as hell. My friend signalled to me to keep a distance from the guy and I followed him. When we get closer, we can hear him humming a strange tune under his breath, which in of itself isn't that weird, but boy, we were wrong. As we get closer, he starts acting erratically. He stopped for a moment as I passed him, then starts laughing. It wasn't a regular laugh. It sounded sinister and a little dry. It was really loud, so it began to freak me out. We didn't increase our speed at this point, as we think he's messing with us. But he doesn't stop. He just kept laughing and laughing, and we knew it was beyond a prank. I can't describe his laugh more than I just didn't trust it. We didn't look back. We were speeding up now, as we were starting to see the hill. I was gasping for air, but somehow I didn't let that stop me. I forced myself on, and my friend was doing the same. He was probably 50 meters behind us when I looked at him. He had stopped laughing, but now he was standing straight and staring at us. He called out to us in my language in an arranged tone. That's when adrenaline kicked in. I just ran and ran until we reached the hill. In hindsight, I don't know how I was able to push myself for so long. When we finally arrive at the top, we're exhausted and nearly collapse on a cement bench and stay there for over an hour. Like a breath of fresh air, my friend laughs in a comedic manner. We then walk towards home. I haven't ate yet, I was so hungry, and as we passed the road we saw the guy in. He's no longer there. The only people there are wearing construction outfits that are working on the traffic signals, but nowhere near the man. As I got home, I told my parents about it and they said it's probably a nut job looking for someone to rob, who's probably stole the outfit, and I never went jogging again in the fog after that. This happened a few years ago when I was mountain walking. We started as a large group, but after some time of everyone choosing their own pace, I ended up walking alone. I was walking downhill through a thick forest area when I slipped on an unsteppable part of the trail, falling fully. It hurt quite a lot. Before I could get up, I see a deer walking out of the trees to my left, standing in front of me. This is not natural, because deers usually avoid human contact. Something was really off about this deer. I didn't know what. Its eyes appeared lifeless, filled with uneasiness. Then it opened its mouth to show multiple rows of what appeared to be razor-sharp teeth, and let out an ear-shattering scream. It sounded like nothing I ever heard before. It shouldn't exist. I watch quite a lot of horror movies, and yet none have come close to the scream of this. It was so demonic. After that scream, it closed its jaws and walked away to the side of the woods. Now I've never told this story to anyone else before, but I'm sure what I saw was a Wendigo. It just horrifies me knowing that I saw this thing. For a second when it happened I thought maybe I've hit my head, but I had no head injuries whatsoever and I knew exactly how I landed. It almost put me off running in the woods entirely. When I was young, I worked as a backpacking guide in Western NC. My schedule dictated a full 8-day shift with 6 days off. During those 6 days to myself, my other co-workers and me would play in the woods. In the summer, you can't beat a mountain swimming hole. One of our favourite activities was called Paradise Falls, alternatively called Wolf Creek Falls. This is a cliff jumping spot with a huge swimming area, a tiny slot canyon and an inner pool. Most will venture just to do the small jump, even though it's the smallest and arguably least accessible. Even though the jump is almost 9 foot at most, you must do 10 minutes rock scaling to get there. We are all adventuring in and out from inside this tiny canyon, and you can't see the main pool. Well, we got to the jump and coaxed the first person off, a fellow guide who had never been to the spot before. She jumped successfully and swam into the main pool and beach area. Then she screamed. Because she was now out of sight, myself and another guide jumped in together and swam the short distance to her, with the others in tow. Of course we figured she was injured somehow. She was treading water and just staring wide-eyed at the riverbank. When I looked to the shore, there stood a man. He's massive, easily 6'7", and appears to have no hair on him, wearing beat-up overalls. Perhaps the most disturbing is that he had folds of skin all over his body. Imagine the Michelin Man, but this is on his face, arms and chest, everywhere with these weird layers. He's also armed with a shotgun, staring intently at us. He just stood there and watched as we grab anything important and speed out of there. He walked slowly back into the forest and we never saw him again. Around 8 to 10 years ago, I was at a lake way out in the woods on some land that my dad owned. I was alone aside from my dog, a terrier. I had only been fishing on the little pier in the southeast corner for about 10 minutes when I get an almost overwhelming feeling of being in danger, and then notice something or someone watching me from the tree line on the opposite side of the lake. I was a kid, but somehow keep composure. For some reason, I felt it important that whatever it was did not know I was aware of them. Anyway, it started moving slowly from tree to tree, near taking its eye off me, but never truly facing away from me. The lake's about 70 yards wide, so I can't really see details, but I know where they're facing. After realizing that it was following me, I pull my pole down and walk down the pier and up the bank towards the trail back of our cabin, which is about a quarter of a mile away. Once I hit the tree line, I bolted to the cabin and waited there with one of my dad's guns until my parents got home. The only witness I had was my dog, and he saw it as well. I know because when he saw the figure, he instantly starts growling in a low tone until I make him stop. I have no idea who or what it could have been or what the intentions are, but they're most certainly not good. This took place in southeast Mississippi near the Alabama border back in the 90s. We didn't live there, but we spent most weekends up there. I know it couldn't have been a normal person, because our nearest neighbour was a very old couple who literally lived miles away. Aside from the lake area that our cabin's on, the surroundings very thick forest. The figure was extremely tall as well. I have a very good memory, especially for details. Also, shortly before I noticed it, I got a very strong feeling that I was being watched. I never felt safe there again, and I was so glad my dad sold it. This incident happened to me when I was younger, probably around 19 or 20. I used to drive around the countryside in the woods for hours on end, up to literally 6 hours, smoke cigarettes while I listened to music daydreaming. I've been through a lot, so this is a nice way for me to let off steam and digest all the badness that happened to me in the past few years. There is a route that goes into the southern part of my state and eventually takes you to Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. If you keep going all the way, it will eventually take you to Florida. It was a road I found to be very fond as it intersected with a lot of interesting places. It could take you to cities and beaches alike, all the while somehow remaining isolated and rural. On one of those day trips, I was driving through a heavily wooded area that opens up into a field lined with trees on my left. I was pretty zoned out at this point, but something on the side of the road immediately caught my attention. In fact, it even seemed that time slowed, or I could see this apparition more vividly than any other thing I've ever seen in my life. What I saw was an older, balding man dressed in a full Catholic priest garb. His mouth is open, appearing to be in grief, screaming at the sky. He was standing in front of a dead deer, a buck. From what I recall, it was around 3 points, maybe 4. Behind the deer was a 1970s Crown Vic style police car with its lights on. It had no markings on it whatsoever to signify what country it's from. And no one's in the vehicle. I don't even think it had an engine running sound. It appeared as though the vehicle had been parked there all day. The other odd thing about this vehicle is that it has no damage on the front end to show that it's responsible for hitting the deer, nor was there any blood or anything. The deer seems fine. Taking a step back, trying to think of what I saw, it had the appearance of being staged or set up somehow, as if it was a prop for a movie. Everything was just so odd. For the speed I was travelling at, the glance I cast on this spectacle was only 4 seconds, but it so abruptly singed into my mind now. I have never seen anything like it. For some reason I started crying after seeing it. Did the forces that shape time or something just merge and I saw something from back then? I don't know, I've even been on the same spot from this trip, and there's never a trace of it, not even the body of the deer or tyre tracks from the police car that could be seen. Like a breeze, it was gone. A thing so out of place it could not have been from its surroundings. I have no answers to any of these questions. Only a lack of closure for something that's scarring my brain.